Well, I don't know which one is going here, but we're going to have one of them, it looks like. Welcome to riskneutraltrading.com. Boy, what a mess. Every time I do this, there's a problem. This is my virtual trading journal. And they're having a problem here with I'm having a problem here with YouTube. So let's see what's going on. It looks like we're streaming. Let's check. All right, I guess it's up and running. Let's see if it is. Boy, that's irritating. So this is my virtual trading journal. And I'm having a problem here with YouTube, which happens frequently. If I have to restart my computer for some reason at night, or after I've already scheduled a stream, it doesn't want to do what I want it to do. It forgets the stream that's already been scheduled. So sorry about that. See if I can get it up to speed here now quickly. Yeah, now get this all cleaned up, get rid of the one that isn't any good anymore, and delete forever. Okay. Yes, I know. There we go. Okay, I think we're up to speed. Hopefully everybody's on board. So let's risk neutral trading, my live trading journal, and it is my virtual trading journal too. I've got one more place to fix here. There we go. Now I hope it's all right. So interesting night. A lot of stuff going on here behind the scenes, and this morning. I'm not licensed to give financial or trade advice, but this is my live trading journal, which I trade live, real money, funded account, funded by me with AMP via Bookmap, and also via with IRT, investor.com. Now, checking my chat here. Okay, there we go. Seems like it's all working. So, again, it's not for financial or trade advice, but I do these are live trades. This is real time, and this is 100% transparent and accountable. I take no trades off the stream. I'm not funded in any way by YouTube, just a minute for the subs and likes. That would be great. And comments or whatever, participation in the chat is always nice. And let's get on with the business at hand now that all this drama is over with. So the reports for the day, are pretty important, are they not? Well, obviously, unless you're asleep at the wheel, we've had a big report hit this morning, and that was the delayed non-farm payroll report from September. So I guess we've had a Thanksgiving miracle that government was shut down, lots of people were laid off, but we had a miracle of employment back in September, apparently. Two and change times greater than forecast. So that's a good thing. I don't know how much of it I believe, but it's a good thing. It seems kind of fishy to me, but anyway, there you are. We had a big earnings out last night from NVIDIA, which was the one that everybody was busy watching for. And Here's my news sources. This is investing.com. It is free. I prefer this presentation here for screen snapping, whatever. And here's the big earnings day today, big numbers day today. We have all of these numbers. We've got jobless claims coming out here, and that should already be out. And this is the government playing catch up. This is the Bureau of Labor Statistics playing catch up with these numbers from September. So, you know, take that for what you want. You can filter investing.com however you want, for your country, whatever. And here's the earnings report. Not much left. We've got some Walmart, and they've already reported into it. Not much in the way of reports coming out. So the big news of the morning are these economic numbers, and of course the non-farm payroll being twice as high in September as forecast. Great. The other news source I use is Financial Juice. It has a similar function over here of the calendar, but not, I don't like the layout as well for screen snapping or posting somewhere else. And the right side has more of a squawk box, more of an up to the date, you know, up to the minute idea. Again, with the payroll numbers, and yeah, one thing about the Financial Juice is they do have a little more of a, for example, they put in here White House briefing at 12 o'clock, or maybe Trump's going to say something, or one of the Bissett or somebody else going to have some comments. Those do not show up in investing.com because it only forecasts financial reports and numbers like we're used to. This is a little bit different. So let's get on now to the pre-market, which is ought to be pretty obvious. Here is investing.com. There's the close from yesterday's RTH session, and here we are. So what does that mean? Well, another freaking gap open, huh? Another gap rules in situation for the day. This is the MES, the MNQ, the MES micro composite chart, and the market profile. I should say the ES, the micro, or the mini, not the micro. This is the micros, same format, but the micro contracts instead of the minis, which is what I'm trading at this moment to confirm, excuse me, everything's working right with me because I'm trading a live account. And there's been some issues with execution here with IRT. So here's the close, there's the open, and there we are. Well, the first thing that ought to jump right out to you is that overnight inventory is 100% long, starting with NVIDIA and continuing on with non-farm payroll. What does that mean? To me, it means to expect responsive selling at the open to take some profit, and also to fall in line with the gap rules, which we'll talk about in a minute. This is the MES, MNQ. You can see the little watermark back here. If you can't see the watermark in the stream, notice the top of each, the header of each chart has the instrument, time frame, and the session. This is my micro composite, which is a high time frame chart. I hope everything's working okay. It looks like it is. A high time frame chart, and it is nothing complicated. Nothing I do is complicated. There's no indicators on my charts or my book map. This is just price data, probabilities. This is a RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that creates the micro composite volume profile, POC, the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap, The POC and high and lows do not. I manually enter those, and that's how that works. And this is the market profile chart, which I'm sure you're familiar with, I would hope. Volume is up for the day, which is not a surprise. We're at 1.5% change over yesterday on the ES. Well, that's what a surprise, huh? We're up. Another big gap up, several handles. Where are we actually? 66 to 66.95 to 67.72. So that's 80 handles from over the close. All right, the session prices here also push automatically to Bookmap. And let's look at Bookmap. So here we are. Here is the full overnight session. My workflow is that I slap Blue Boy here on the opening print of each session, and that's a visual cue for me to be able to tell. If I just glance left and see this blue indicator, I know that I've got the whole session in view. Now, this blue indicator is a really expensive proprietary tool, and it's called a vertical line. And all you do is I just slap that on there at the first print of each session as a visual clue for myself. Just kidding. Here's the reaction to the non-farm payroll report. Here was the action to NVIDIA. You'll notice that there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. So here we go with Bookmap. Now this is an experiment, so forgive me. I'm having a lot of trouble with. Well, that's really weird. I'm having a lot of trouble here with the volume profile chart resetting at the beginning of the session. So I created another one as a test, and it's reset at some other weird time. Jesus, this is crazy. So anyway, here's the, never mind. This is just troubleshooting. Disregard. It's never usually on. That's why I've got RTH one. It's not usually ever on my Bookmap. This is the book, the dome, the price ladder, the level 2, whatever you want to call it. These are all the price levels, and this is all the resting liquidity. This is the micro composite column where I enter these values manually. Previous, the MCVPOC from the 19th. Here's the naked volume point of control from the 17th. These are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from Bookmap. This is the volume profile for the full session. Started plotting at 1700 last night. Will continue through 1600 today. It's the Globex, not the ETH or the overnight. This is the RTH session, which is supposed to plot yesterday's RTH and reset at 8:30, and it's been giving me trouble, so never mind. My notes column, which is pretty important here. This is my, the first thing I do is determine the open type and then change the column title to the current open type for the day. Yesterday we were higher in range. Today we're going to be higher out of range. Pretty obviously, there's yesterday's high, RTH high, and here we are. So what's the open type going to be? Well, it's our old favorite, higher out of range, gap up. Excuse me. So we'll be in gap rules. Now, the next thing I do, which I will try to show you some of them. Here's some of the statistics and the migrating volume point of control flags input yesterday in this column. What we're going to do now is clear that column and put in today's stuff. Okay. So the first thing we do is determine the open type, of which there are only 4, and they only take 2 criteria. And it's real simple. If we opened right here, right now, how would this opening price compare to previous RTH close, which is way below us down here somewhere? So it's higher than the close. And how would it relate to yesterday's range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, so we're way above the high, so we're higher out of range. That dictates which of the opening types in the statistics study we'll use to for the statistics associated with these price levels, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. Do that in a second. There's nothing magic about my price levels or anything that I do on Bookmap or IRT. I only have POC for the full session and POC for the RTH. There's a VWAP for the RTH or Globex and also for the full session. And VWAP is volume weighted average price. POC is nothing complicated. It simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 67.47 the most contracts have traded right there at 37.24 since 1700 last night. That's it. The very split second that one of these other prices is 3725, this yellow line, this POC, will move there. Simple. IB high and low. That's a price that sometimes confuses people. Those are prices. Those levels simply represent the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more, nothing less. IB, initial balance, is an old market profile term, I guess to confuse people. It beats the hell out of me, but it's just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. And in case I didn't mention it yet, my charts and everything I refer to are Central Standard Time. And you'll notice that I stream my whole monitors, not just the application. So you see any program I have open down here, not to be, for transparency. You also see the computer clock for hours, minutes, and seconds, and the date. Ties back to Bookmap and IRT. Okay. Before we get into the statistics now, I need to do something else, and that's called a bitch. That's called the IRT or the Bookmap, the Traders Lab Snap, which I do every morning, and I'll do that quickly, and then I'll get to what that's about, and tell you about that. Okay. In a minute. The TLab is and I woke up late and I'm having this issue with Bookmap here, and I'm with the stream, and I'm busy covering ground. So the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and every day I post in there twice now. Once at before around 6, I post the numbers or the reports and up for the day, and then I make this post in there about 8:20, and this gives those folks who don't have similar kind of charting all the numbers they might want to know. Naked volume, points of control, a bunch of the last sessions, etc. That's just, and the TLab is a Discord place, right? And it's started by a guy named Tom B, who is been trading for the last 46 years, and I believe successfully so, reportedly that he is. He never trades live, and he doesn't call trades. So there's that. In a sense, it's, yeah. And I'm sure you're never going to see a, screen snap of his account, audited broker statements or whatever else. And I'm also sure you're never going to see a, gold chains or a wrapped Lambo. So there's that. The thing that impressed me there, I guess, when I first got started was you're never solicited for anything. So nothing is ever for sale, which is pretty refreshing in this day and age of the internet guru world. And I don't participate in there anymore much other than those couple of times a day now, but I think Tom's doing a good thing, so I continue to support him. And there's a good crew of people in there. There's Ned and Lefty and Rod and a bunch of folks. So there you go. That's the TLab. That's all I'm going to say about it. I don't recommend any of the other Bookmap Discord sites or any other sites because I haven't certainly visited them all. But I can speak for the fact you're not solicited anything in the TLab. And let's get back to the business at hand here before we get all covered up now, because that's important. Statistics. This is my statistics study from IRT. You'll notice that it very graciously highlights the correct open type, but that's not going to happen until 8:30 this morning. So we know that we're going to gap open, and that's a higher out of range. We already determined that. What does that mean? So that means that looking back over 1,623 days, MES, we opened higher out of range 411 times. That's 25%. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, overnight volume point of control was revisited 77.1% of the time. Now, this is real complicated. Watch closely. Bookmap, 77.1. Boop, that's all there is to it. And that's as complicated as it gets right there. Now, one thing I want to point out before we go any further here is that I missed that one. I'm sorry. These are not fixed lines in the sand, absolute targets. These are probabilities, and you need to understand that. The next one, order of business, is the overnight high at 75.2%. And I'm just going to go down the list here. Overnight high, 75.2. Oh, come on. This new mouse and I are not getting along very well. I think it's a little lazy, this mouse. Overnight mid, 65.4. Previous high, 65.9. Well, we already looked at that a little while ago, but let's do it again. It's way below us down here somewhere, I think. There we go, 65.9. And notice that early, before the stream started this morning, I put in the gap low from yesterday, which is the previous high. And that's the way I look at gaps, okay? Let's look at one other thing. The previous close is 49.6. I happen to see the previous close right here, so that's 49.6. And I'll bet you we have the RTH low down here too. Let's check. 36.5. Now, again, these are just probabilities. How does that work? Okay. The number of the study looks back over 1,623 trading days. Of this data set, we opened higher out of range 411 times. And these are the probabilities or the percentages, the number of times, the number of occurrences that each one of these session price levels was revisited by price under this conditions. There you go. Now, we're going to stop right there because the next point of, I think, is important to be able to do, and that's trade. And the way you trade with Bookmap is activate the trade control panel, select a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place to trade is you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns. And both is, as you might suspect, both columns. And I'm going to choose both. then I use multi-brackets, which is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied in my trading. The smallest risk-neutral package you can have is a 2-lot because they need to be an even number. 2 lots. Then you need to pick determine a stop size for the entire package. And the first criteria that you need to make absolutely is your account risk parameters, tolerance. What's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? What's the volatility of the market? What's the average true range? Once you've decided and this needs to be determined long before this moment in time. This needs to be, we're going to open in a minute. This needs to be determined last night or well in advance. Once you've determined this, then the first take profit target is a snap. It's half the package, and it's for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then you have the runner. And you can do anything you want to do over here, any which way you want to trade them. Now that that's done, notice I have all the metrics up here, same as here. I don't need any of the other methodology or tools in the trade control panel, so I know that the package is the right size. I can re-click the button. I can still trade. I get my real estate back. I have cancel and close. And we're going to open in 30 seconds, and let's see if any one of these frickin' things will reset at sessions start like they're supposed to. God, this is frustrating. 10 seconds. So neither one of them. That's just, and they're both set to, okay, we're going to get rid of this configured column. I want to delete the damn thing, and I don't know how to do that. Well, we'll leave it there for now. So I reset it manually because it doesn't seem to have brains enough to do it itself. And I have my IRT set up in admin mode to reset the clock to the system time on my computer every 2 minutes and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So we've opened way the hell up here in the gap up, and now we're going to have an open flag hit us here pretty soon with the session prices. And the first thing I need to do with session prices and IRT is to set the session to today's RTH session. And I do that with all of my windows because it keeps the related session prices aligned, developing value area high and all those kind of things. But we'll talk about that in another minute here. Come on, you son of a bitch. A lot of data coming through here right now, and IRT seems to have a lag problem. I was spending a lot of time over the weekend trying to fix that. You see the lag time here? This is milliseconds. That's unacceptable, basically. I don't know what to do about it. It'll come right here pretty quick, but like I approach this as I do anything. If there's a problem with my data, there's the gap up. If there's a problem with my data or with my system or with me, or, if I'm on tilt or anything is wrong, I don't trade until things come right. That's the fastest way to lose your ass. Excuse my French, but, there you go. So here we are now. This is there's yesterday. There now we are looking at the RTH session only. This is yesterday's RTH today. And why do I do all of that hocus pocus? Well, a lot of people use my price levels, which I push automatically, and I'm happy to do. Provide free for the session prices, and the developing value area high and low are for this current auction. The value area high and low, which you can't see, are for the previous auction. So the minute, and everybody expects them to represent the what the hell? Everybody expects them to represent the previous RTH session. So I need to change my charting in IRT to full session, to RTH session only. I'll explain that in a minute. I see it. I've still got drama going on here. So here's the reset. This flag, okay. You see the difference here of the line? It's correct, this indicator. The line is not correct here yet. Let's reset or cancel reset or do something. There we go. Now it's plotting all right. This data is pushed directly from IRT to both this flag in the cloud notes and the indicator, the line indicator, at the same time. But the refresh of the cloud notes, the smallest refresh time I can set is 1 minute. The boys and girls who made this indicator obviously have it less than 1 minute. Now, we've got this plot in here, that plot in there. I want to get rid of this thing over here because I'm not liking that chart and I don't know how to do it. That's pretty funny, isn't it? I'm an old, let me just point something out to y'all. I'm a, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of guy. And this is the first time I've added a column to my book map in a year and a half, probably. Last night went out of frustration. And now, to be honest, I'll be absolutely honest with you, I don't know how to get rid of the damn thing. I would have thought there was a delete column here. Maybe hide column does it. I don't know. I would say the VWAP ought to be up. What is this? This is the RTH VWAP. It ought to be up here. It's, I think, still looking over here, which I don't like. The IBs are okay. This is coming from bookmap, or from IRT to bookmap. Now, here's another thing I do. There is the open. So that is the gap high. Remember, we're in gap rules. What does that mean? Ooh. Well, gap high 20, 11, 25. Okay, gap rules are an old market profile-ism, but you'll be amazed at how often those things bear fruit or prove to be accurate. And what it says is real simple. Now I'll try to show you that over here where it's maybe easier to see on bookmap, on IRT. If we open in a gap, and here's the gap, here's the way I calculate or look at gaps is yesterday's high, previous high, RTH, and where we opened. That's the gap to me, not value, not POC, POC, not settlement. I do gaps this way. Do it any way you want. That's how I do it. Gap rules say that if we open in a gap, high or low, and if we close the gap relatively early in the session and are accepted within the previous range, and better yet, the previous value, there's a 90-something% probability that we'll trade across that range to at least value area low. If we if we close the gap and are not accepted in range, high probability we'll trade in the direction of the gap. Of course, there's always a situation like we may run into today where we just get a gap and go. Who the hell knows? Those are all the options around the gap opening. We've got a lot of volume. We're a 1.68% change in the ES. MES is 1.67, same thing. Here's our open type. Let's get over here a little bit. I try to keep all my coloring consistent between bookmap and IRT. in case that helps. These are the IBs. This is the, this is the POC. This yellow line is the developing POC. There you go. Blue thing here is value areas. So, okay, let's look at let's look at Bookmap, shall we? Well, if you had to ask yourself what is happening, I guess it ought to be pretty obvious, huh? We had a gap up, and this subbitch isn't even thinking about not continuing. Here we have 1 point high, now we got to put my super secret extra heavy duty expensive indicator on here. Be careful now. If you haven't paid for this, don't watch. Oh, Blue Boy's on the job. I can rest easy now. Okay, in case you missed it, this is nothing, obviously, but a vertical line, and it is a visual clue or cue for me. Through the course of the day, I want to be able to glance left and see this line. If I don't, that means I do not have the entire session in view for context, which is really important to me. And I'm not liking the fact that this VWAP is down here, and this is the RTH VWAP as the session has been started right here. So, and this is the RTH mid. So this is all upside down. And there's nothing I can do about it with Bookmap and the recording because we're in the middle of it now. This is really frustrating. I think I probably shot myself in the foot with that additional that additional profile that I put in there. But we'll just tough through it, eh? I'm hoping that pretty soon this summit will come to pass. Come right. That's what usually happens. And that's why I recommend, if you can do that, always have two sources of data and two sources of, the market in front of you, because that way you have a comparison, right? If you were just looking at this thing, what would you believe? Well, here's IRT, and I'm pretty sure that I know what this means. And I typically refer or defer to IRT as the gold standard as far as data and charting. And you'll see this is my micro composite, and here's our open right on that previous micro composite VPOC, and what a surprise. This has got me real disappointed, though. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, this sucks. I don't mind, this stuff is expensive. And I expect it to work. I don't think that's unrealistic. So let's see, will we have any more surprises data-wise? Who knows? That's something. Somebody's talking right there about something. You can bet on that. And that kind of brings me to something that's important to, I got to actually put a hotkey in here for this in the chapter marker. Something that's important to cover every day. And this is non or uncritical risk, unidentified critical risk. And this has got nothing to do with politics or anything else. It's got to do with data and approaching trading as a business. All right? Atypical or apolitical business. So we know that we've had non-farm payroll. Granted, it was a questionable number and it's from September, but and here are the numbers. We knew in advance that all of these reports were coming out at 7:30 in the morning. If you've been trading for a while, you will know that the non-farm payroll is scheduled for years in advance to be released on the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, unless there's a little, there's a little hiccup about holidays or something. I forget what it is, but essentially that's it. You know that in advance. You can plan, you can mitigate your risk. And remember that your goal as a trader is to manage your risk and compound your account via the law of large numbers. So you can manage this risk. I can manage this risk. I know God damn sure that I'm not going to be in a trade at 7:30 in the morning when non-farm payroll is coming out. And by the way, in my case now today, AMP has some rules about risk, and which come down from the CME. When there is CPI, non-farm payroll, and I think one other. CPI, where'd it go? CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, or an FOMC meeting. Last night on the RTH Open, the risk requirements and the account requirement to trade the ES or the MES went to the carry amount. In other words, goes from $500 to $5,000. And until you get an email that says risks have been, that the margins have been rolled back or are now set to limit, that's what you've got to do. If you put a trade in and you don't know that, you're going to get a margin call faster than you can imagine. So that's important. These are the important things you need to know when you're trading a live account. Anyway, this is something we know about. Okay? Now, we have a situation now where, particularly with the administration folks, some of whom are real fond of cameras and microphones, saying random stuff that has a huge impact on the market and the auction, but which we knew nothing about. And the best example recently is right here. This is 229 handles, points. 229 times 4 ticks. One tweet out of no place at 10 o'clock in the morning on Truth Social. The tweet was not based on fact. The reason for the tweet didn't prove to be true, nor did the response to what Trump said he was going to do prove to be true. Neither one of them. And it's perfectly fine if that's what he wants to do. But if you were in a trade and you didn't have a stop and you didn't have your targets in, you had a really bad morning. That's unidentified critical risk. And so my advice is, and what I do now, I very, very cautiously limit the amount of time I expose my account to market risk. I only trade A+ vetted setups, which we'll talk about in a minute, to do with backtesting and how I vet a trade. And always have stops and targets in the market. And if you're trading a live account like I am here, make sure they're server side, not on your local machine. That's all you can do. And yeah, if I was in a long and I had stops and targets, I might get a shitload of slippage over here, no question about it. But I'm going to get out. So that's all I know to do in this environment. And that's why during the pre-market, to do with the numbers, I was mentioning that it's nice that Financial Juice makes an effort to get these things in here. you know, like wherever it was. I saw something today about, well, now I guess it's gone. Oh, yeah, we might have a press briefing at 12. Yesterday there was something about MBS and Trump and whatever else, right? Those will not show up. Those will not show up in investing.com. This only shows scheduled reports. Now they have added these you know, non-farm and stuff, which is never supposed to. I don't ever remember of a non-farm payroll coming out on Thursday. But there you go. They're doing. The government's playing catch up for that closure. So good for them. I mean, that's good. Anyway, back to the market at hand. Well, you can pretty much rule out. You can rule out, close the gap so far. We're 48 minutes, I'm sorry, about 20 minutes, 28 minutes in. And look what we're doing. And I'm really disappointed about this and this. Boy, I shot myself in the foot with that. That extra column. And I don't know that the damn thing is really even there. It's gone. I want to figure out how to, I'm going to Google on my other side how to completely delete that column, because that's corrupted this calculation. This is the VWAP for the RTH. This is the VWAP for the RTH. And this is correctly at the, you know, as set with the open and the range. So, God. And the mid, you know, this is supposed to be the RTH mid. Well, this pretty much looks like the mid up here to me, not down here. So that's really sucks. Do not really watch my junk, I guess is what I could say. I'm looking at the wrong window too. You'll notice right off the bat that I'm focused on the market, and I'm not a internet guru guy and a rearview mirror trader particularly. So there's that. There is 1 point high. In other words, every 4 ticks between every price increment here. And Blue Boy's on the job. So here's our session so far today. We opened gap open right there, gap up right there. We looked down about 5 ticks and said, nope, we're going this way. These are the high and low volume nodes pushed from IRT to Bookmap. The rest of it's I mean, it's all straightforward. It's all data, probabilities, and math. There's no hocus pocus, Fibonacci this or that, or any of that stuff on my stuff. Whatever you do that works for you. And let me point out from the very beginning that this is not a my way or the highway idea here. This is my virtual journal, my virtual trading journal, I should say. And the only way that I can get what I'm thinking into the recording is my narration. Obviously, I can see, and the recording captures the video. But the only way to get what I was thinking into the mix is this narration. And there you go. And I'm focusing on trading, not. Now, yeah, if we get 1 million subs here and YouTube wants to pay me money every month, that would be wonderful. You know, that'd take the wolf from the door. That's great. That'd help. But that's not the goal or the method. You know, otherwise I'd get some, I guess nowadays I could use an AI generated gal to be the front man here, you know. And sometimes their marketing ploys are thinly veiled. And typically the internet guru people, have you ever noticed why every few months or so they'll put out, this is the ultimate opening range breakout trade indicator, guaranteed 95% win rate. Ever notice why they keep doing the same one over again with a little twist? That's because they don't have anything new to do. They don't really make a living trading. This is my belief. And new traders are the people that buy into that believe that stuff. And so they keep trying to harvest a new crop of new traders. That's why they keep repeating the same, this is the ultimate indicator thing. Every once in a while, every few, months or weeks or whatever it is. I've noticed that. I mean, that's as crazy as, look at your trading package, whatever it is you use. Go look at the amount of indicators. Don't you think that one or two ought to be enough instead of 300, for Christ's sake? Jesus, it's if you just stop and think about that a minute, that's whoa. That's ought to tell you something, I think. Well, it looks to me like there is now notice that the POCs I have here, there's a bright yellow for the RTH POC, and there's a more muted yellow for the full session. And they are plotting correctly. Looks to me like VWAP and the mid are the two that are all upside down here. Here is the most traded price, 47.41 for the RTH session so far, and that's the POC. Remember, it's only the marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Down here, 56.73 is the POC for the full session, and they are correct. Okay, I'm pretty happy about that. Disregard, I guess, the RTH or the VWAP and the now the full session VWAP Globex down here is correct, right? There's the Globex VWAP, and it lines up. I mean, this is not rocket science. This pinky line right here is supposed to this RTH VWAP is supposed to align with this, just as it does here. Where got screwed up by that by my adding that other volume profile, trying to see what was going on with the resets. Sorry. And I don't think there's anything I can do about it because I don't want to interrupt the recording or the record or the stream. So there we go. Let's see now. We're set up to trade live. We have the both 2-lot risk neutral package. Okay. We're in gap rules. We already know that. We know what these are. These are the high and low volume nodes pushed from IRT micro composite chart to bookmap. These are the micro composite levels, POC and stuff that I enter manually. And I could automate this stuff, of course. So could you. But I prefer to do them manually because it gives me touch, right? It gives me a perspective and keeps me in touch with the market. If all this stuff was manual, it was automatic, what would I know? That's how I approach it. I mean, that's my thinking. So here is our overnight volume point of control. Here was the overnight high. And here's the sky. Here's irrational exuberance in action. I think it's pretty amazing that the non-farm payroll numbers were a substantial miss 2 months in a row until the number would have come out for September during the shutdown, and so no number came out. And this morning, the September non-farm payroll miraculously is double the forecast for September. And all I remember seeing is layoffs and labor trouble. it's really troubling to me that one of the things that America had going for it, and one of the reasons why our bond market and our dollar is the currency, et cetera, is that we had laws and rules and a fair market, regulated market, and our financial reporting was without question taken as the law, taken as a fact. It scares the hell out of me if they start doing this stuff, if they start messing with those things. That really scares me for the country. So we're plotting okay on our market profile here and our initial balance. Old dummy boy over here, I got to look into how do you delete a damn column. That sucks. I could probably, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to mess with anything here because this is the trading day and I don't want to break it. Just bear in mind that this is probably, this might work. Let me see what I can do here. Heat map settings. Well, we don't want any candlesticks today, do we? I don't do these trackery things. Volume dots, volume imbalance. That's this thing up here. Okay. Oops. Where's my configure out? There we go. Let's see, I don't want the average VWAP, a VWAP. I don't care about using that, to be honest with you. I don't do that. Reset VWAPs all the time. This is multi-brackets again. I was kind of went through that in a hurry, but if you notice here, you could set up multiple, more than a 2 lot, as many as you want, high frequency, high volatility, any kind of a package you want to set up is up to you. I don't do sweeps indicator. This is price lines. That's this thing over here. Okay. There's a way to do the damn VWAP, and I'll be honest with you, I don't use this enough anymore to pay attention to it. As time goes by, I'm pretty sure they're going to come together here. And as long as VWAP and VPOC are good, I mean, VPOC, I can pretty much tell you where the mid is. It is kind of embarrassing and frustrating that I mess around with these settings so infrequently. There's a way to turn off and on the VWAP and the mid, and I thought it was in the column over here. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Okay, so there's the VWAP line, and there's the mid on the chart. And what I want to do here, I don't know any of this crap. I guess it did get rid of that extra chart, but it just didn't recalculate anything. I don't have the RTH 1, which was that little test chart I had over here. So let's see what happens if I nuke the VWAP. Well, it only nuked it from this chart. Oh, man. I don't know. I'm going real slow here because I don't want to break something. There's things you can do, recalculate all that stuff, but I don't want to make it worse instead of better, if you know what I mean. And I guess we got everything working as far as the stream is concerned. It looks like it's moseying along down the hill here. I see, and welcome to this is my virtual journal, right? So when I'm talking to myself and thinking out loud. I don't see Ron here. I need to, he wants the session prices, which I, provide freely, continuously, anybody that wants them. I wanted those yesterday, and I need to ask him a question. What is Discord? I think the easiest way for me to provide the link is through the Discord. So I need to know his Discord name so I can give him an invitation to our risk neutral trading Discord. I guess that's the way to go. As you might guess, I don't spend a lot of time on Discords and all that stuff, never have. I don't go to social media. I watch the reports and the real stuff, and I think it's pretty phenomenal, frankly, that we are doing, the United States of America is making policy statements and whatnot on social media. I think that's just so unprofessional and sophomoric. It's just, it's like reality TV or something. I think it's so crazy. And everybody does it, It's like, what's his name? During the election, buying votes, giving voters $1 million if they register as a Republican or whatever. I thought that crap was against the law. I didn't know. Again, not political statement. It's everybody's doing it. The largest donators in the previous election cycle were the crypto guys, some of which were in jail for fraud while they were donating. Unbelievable. Pretty unbelievable to me. Gap rules. What else is going on? Well, we're rolled over the first bracket, so we're into the B bracket here if you're doing market profile. Brackets are 30-minute TPOs. 9 o'clock, right there. What happened? Do you know where your kids are? There you go. Now, am I all excited about trading? Not yet, because the trades that I have vetted are initial balance trades. Specifically, the original initial balance trade, not the IB30, but the IB60. That's a thing from Rod that I'll talk about at some point maybe. But and what is the initial balance? What are those trades? Well, first of all, they are based on the initial balance statistic. By definition, we know that the initial balance statistic isn't a thing yet, because what's the story with the initial balance? The initial balance high and the initial balance low are just mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So there is not an initial balance statistic until 9:30 Central Standard Time. That's important. Now, the statistic is after 9:30, the statistic will become active or live or whatever you want to call it. And the statistic goes like this. Here's IRT's session statistics calculation study, and notice that it conveniently highlighted the correct column. Also note that you see how most all of the text is black from the levels except for overnight high and overnight high or low. IRT changes the highlight or the text color to blue, which, because that's what I selected for the highlight, to levels which have been achieved so far in the RTH session. Pretty cool, huh? Anyway, the initial balance, high or low, the initial balance statistic. There is a 97.6% probability in all 4 open types that the initial balance, high or low, will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That is the statistic. By definition, then, it is not a thing until 9:30. After 9:30, the high will cease to go up, the low will cease to go down, the IB high or low, and they will sit there and wait for price to trade through them, one way or the other. 97.6% is the lowest. 98.5 over here. 97.8, right? In these 4 types. Now, what's the statistic of the IB high? Where'd it go? There you go. There's a 26.2% probability that both will be exceeded at some point in the session or neutral day. What does this mean up here? This means that there is a 2.4% probability that neither the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. And that's not as remote as you might think. About a month ago, we had that exact scenario happen. So that's the statistic, and we will wait until we get it. And then we will have the possibility of an IB trade. Now, the 2 trades are, and we'll take the IB low as an example because we're close. There are 2 trades. One is called the IB continuation, which ought to be pretty obvious. We come down, we take the statistic, we trade up, doesn't get it any more horsepower to the top, and we continue down. That's the IB continuation trade. The other one is the IB failure, which it comes down, takes the statistic, and can't get going any lower, and trades back to the mean reversion, or trades back to the middle. This is not rocket science. This is just common sense. So it can continue or it can fail and come back. The IB failure is a fancy word is just a fancy name for a mean reversion trade, which is outside in. Outside in. What does that suggest? The next, take that the next step. Well, let's see. Context. Why is it important to know about context and to have a firm understanding of the context for the session? Well, what does this session right here tell you? It's there's 90 and there's 60s, 30 handles wide. What are we doing? Well, so far, we're balanced. We are rotational. So if we're in a rotational context, wouldn't it be more likely that we would have an IB failure because it's a mean reversion trade? And if we're in a big directional gap and go or, trend day, wouldn't it be more, I'd say a higher probability that the IB continuation trade would be the one? There you go. Either way, 20 minutes, 18 minutes to wait. So there you go. So let me see now. That really irritates the hell out of me about that. Getting this to recalculate. Let me show you something that's on Bookmap that you may not know that's important. You've set up your trade control panel. You've set up your method to interact with the with the application. Pick the multi-bracket, all that stuff. And now let's check out the ES, not the MES. What's happening over here? Let's go back to the MES. Oh, damn, there's a trade. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, what happened? The minute you change instruments, Bookmap automatically disables the trade control panel. You got to click it back on to whichever your choice is. It will remember, the multi-brackets will remember, and be applied, but the ability to trade in the trade control panel goes away when you change instruments within the view period here. You can imagine that might frustrate you. Now, the thing that really irritates me more than the VWAP is the mid. I'm pretty damn sure that this is not the mid right here. God damn, I don't know. This thing is upside down and backwards and forwards and whatever else. I wonder if I'd redo the reset, if that'll break everything. Configure the column, session accumulated, chart range accumulated, no siree Bobby, volume, yeah. I don't want to break it because it's, I realize it may not be intuitive to someone watching the stream here or the recording at any point, but I don't have a problem knowing what I'm doing here. So I think I'll let well enough be. I tried turning it off and turning it back on. That didn't seem to do anything. The POCs are calculating properly. Jesus. And the Globex is calculating properly. So there you go. Don't go figure. Okay, where am I with everything? Initial balance, we talked about that. Critical risk, we're in gap rules. We know that. Have they closed the gap? No. Though, look at where we're going. Trading down to that IB low. That's gap country, boys and girls. In fact, this is the way I do it, this is the open, right? So that is the top of the gap for the day. Gap high for today and gap low for looky there's the gap low. Some statistics down here. We still haven't taken the overnight mid, 65%. The overnight volume point of control, we haven't hit that yet either. And that's, typically the highest statistic or the most probable statistic in the day. Remember, I guess it should be obvious to everybody. But if this doesn't say 100%, then that means there is a certain percentage that we will not achieve that, whichever these numbers are. If it says 100%, then you have a pretty good bet that you probably will. That's what got long-term capital. That's what ruined the biggest thing in the world. All hedge, and I mean some of the smartest people in the world, Black and Scholes, the two guys that got a Nobel Prize for the Black-Scholes model, were part of long-term capital management. They were highly leveraged, and they were trading something that didn't, it was in the 90s, but it wasn't 100%. And when it folded up, it took down a huge amount of money. Look up the history of long-term capital management if you want to know about leverage and probabilities and statistics. I mean, PhDs and the two Nobel Prize winners for the Black-Scholes model. Think about that for a minute. They're not too excited about looking down there in that gap, are they? Perhaps best seen here. And now we're at 9:20, so I'm going to do something sneaky here. I'm going to show you my backtest column or tab and the trading, the associated chart window for this. So I only trade statistically vetted trade setups. Initial balance, talked about that already. There's 2 trades, talked about that already. These are the rules for the back test on the trading system for that particular those 2 trades, and there's 2 for the IB high and there's 2 for the IB low. This is yesterday. Now let me explain that simulated. What I'm going to do here in a minute is I'm going to push this system, send it to this chart. So if in fact we get a situation where the system has a trade, these rules evaluate to true, it will place the trade graphically on this chart. But I absolutely do not want IRT sending any kind of an order to my live account, especially today because the margin is way up. I will not be taking a live account, a trade, until I see that the margins have been rolled back to regular. And I need an email from them about that. Man, really important. This is all stuff you don't even think about when you're doing prop stuff or, sim things or whatever else. So this simulated here is just a note to confirm for me that I have selected the sim account right here. And this simulated account is within IRT only. Also, just FYI, if you're trading IRT, this particular quote page, trading list, if it has 0 symbols in it, 0 symbols, IRT cannot and will not push a trade anywhere to broker or anybody else. That's why I have that confirmation there, because as you might imagine, as you may have guessed already, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, while I was converting to AMP from the other deal, the prop thing, I put a trade on in Sim on Bookmap. I put a trade on, and I noticed on IRT, it was a long trade, and IRT had 2 short. I got my risk neutral scale, and IRT went 3 short. Well, you can imagine that I was a little bit concerned about that. So that's why I'm really stuck on this, but I want to evaluate this trading system and my vetted rules. This is basically forward testing on a live market. Do these rules give me the same statistics that I get when I run the back test, which we'll go through, later in the day. And so here is something that's not seeming to do very right here. Why can't I move that? It's supposed to be here. See that? I know why. I don't know why this volume oh, I do. No, I don't. I don't know why this volume profile is plotting over here and not. Oh, I can tell you why. What a dummy. This is yesterday. Did you pick that up? Talk about running, dummy. Watch this. Oh, there we go. Jesus, that's embarrassing. But hey, this is alive and real. This is I'm so busy just talking about the trading stuff. So this is today, and here was yesterday. IB high, continuation zone, pullback zone, trigger zone. Same down for the IB low. Why aren't they over here? Because it's not 9:30 yet. Once 9:30 arrives, these levels will start plotting, and these levels will be pushed to bookmap so that I can see them, not the trigger zone, but the continuation and the pullback zone in the same colors. The labels won't show up because I don't want to cloud up, confuse the cloud note column. But okay, so let's move down here a little bit, and let's open her up just a touch. And here we have today. Pretty funny. I'm going, what the hell? The reason I was alerted to that is I know that the volume profile this is the margin, or I guess you call it, for where I have the volume profile and the price plotting, and gives me room for these session price levels over here and other things I can watch. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to 2 things. We're going to go to setup, view period, 2 days. Okay. And we're going to go to backtest setup, and we're going to make sure it's on 1 day, the MES 2 doodly-doo-doo-doo. Okay. And now we're going to push this to this chart. So these rules will be evaluated over here. And the way the system does it in backtesting or whatever, these are 1 minute bars. So every 1 minute, the computer evaluates all of these rules over each 1 minute bar. And if they all evaluate to true, boom, trade or target or stop or. And there's end of day rules. And now with the backtesting system and with IRT, it's not clever and handy like multi-brackets where you can put in a stop and a targets and then it just knows whether you went short or long. There is no discretion whatsoever in these rules. So you have to code each thing. IB high continuation, IB low continuation, IB high failure. Every one of them, long and short, have to be coded up. Okay, send them to the chart. Now, I don't want these targets. In the backtesting, it's fine, but I don't want them confusing the issue here. So I'm going to turn those off, and we're only going to have the plot. It will show the entry and those things, all right? Now, there's nothing to show because we're not doing any trades yet. But, so we're set up at 9:30. The levels will start producing themselves, and we'll start seeing the the rules as they occur. Also on the chart, one thing that it's important to note, the levels, the zones, and the trading signals on this chart are just custom indicators put on this chart by me. They have nothing to do, there's no contact over here or connection. I built this chart, and the trigger chart actually, it was just a bigger version, so that I could tell if things were happening when and where I expected them to visually. So on this chart, you may see a bunch of different signals, you know, trigger, 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 or B, 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 or whatever else. That doesn't mean that you need to remember that there's no, on the system itself, there is only going to be an A, then there's going to be a B, then there's going to be a trigger. And when it's in a position, there won't be any more signals evaluated until it's flat. Then it'll go again. It'll reset A, B, and go again. Over here, not so. Over here, there could be A's and B's all over the place. But I know there needs to be an A, there needs to be a B, and then there needs to be a trigger. So if you wonder about that, I'm trying to be as transparent and explain it as best I can. So there we go. Let's get away from that then. It's all set up. It's ready to rock. Let's save it just for good measure. Let's go back to the, now it's just, oh, well, look at me. It just turned 9:30. And what happened? Well, I guess closing the gaps out of everybody's opinion so far. Have we taken an initial balance out? Nope. Do we have the initial balance active? Yes. Because it's 9:30 and 21 seconds. The IB low will not move any further, nor will the IB high. And let me say at this point that now you'll see that we have the continuation in the pullback zones pushing across here. And let me tell you something that I think is really important. Do not trade toward the statistic. And this is the voice of experience speaking. Oh boy, we're above the VWAPs, we're above the mids, we're above the POCs. Here's the IB high. We're going to take the IB high. It's a gap and go. It's a gap up. We're going to take it out. Yeah, we might. Absolutely. You might have gotten long right here and also be stopped out right now. There is no statistic taken yet, so there's no A rule in play. This is 1 point. This is 81, and that's 86. There's 6 handles right there. If you got long here thinking you're going to get up here, you are now licking your wounds. I recommend do not trade toward the statistic. That's just, you know, there you go. Take it for what it's worth. Let's do something else over here now. Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong freaking window. This is what I'm talking about. Do not trade toward the statistic. I very definitely can show you a journal that can point out that's a bad idea. And that's kind of a FOMO thing, you know, if you're missing out or whatever. So, monkey mind, watch out. Okay, let's look back here now, back to the source. And let's go here. And what are we going to see, do you suppose? Ooh, here are the levels. Continuation zone, trigger zone, pullback zones down here, but you can't really see it very well in the market profile. And vice versa, pullback zone. Color of the levels kind of fade in over here, but you see that they're here. There's the levels, all right? And you notice that they were pushed automatically to Bookmap just to try to give me a heads up. Is it automatic? Does something happen there? Nope. Now, what will happen, assuming that we take an A, a B, and a trigger, whatever direction that is, I will manually take that trade without discretion on Bookmap on the live account. However, not today until I get confirmation that the margin rules are reset. That could be a real bad deal. Okay. Okay, so the margin rules have been been restored to standard day trading at 8:48 this morning. At 16:22 yesterday afternoon. Until further notice, we will be setting the U.S. Let me just make screen snap so I can show you that on the stream. In case you didn't figure it out, I don't run, you'll notice there's no Windows or Office products down here on this machine. I run all of that on my third computer, my old standard workstation around the corner over there. I need to give it a minute for, I did the screen snaps and they go to Bookmap the Dropbox, so give me a second. And let's see what we've got here. Okay. All right. So, here's the email from AMP Futures to me. Oh, now you know my name. Oh, now the jig's up. Who cares? Last night at 2025, well, I didn't catch the time. I guess I'm sorry about that. But there you are. Until further notice. So any trading last night was subject to these details. 25% of the overnight session starting at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time until shortly after the listed economic news release. So if you took a trade last night thinking you were trading regular daytime margin, you had a real bad day. And here we have that the margins have been restored, and this was sent at 7:48 this morning. So now I could take a trade. There you go. This is the kind of stuff you got to remember here, boys and girls. And this may be, real elementary to everybody and good. That's great. I'm glad that it is. I hope that the people were able to find the stream here with all that hiccup. Oh, what happened here now? Well, I can tell you what happened here. This thing doesn't quite... We have just tagged the IB high. There we go. Now we have an A plotting. Do you see that? Will this remain if the close remains above the IB? Otherwise, it will not be an A anymore. It will go down. And let me point out to you that this is by the statistics report and the statistics study, the initial balance has been achieved right there. It doesn't care about my signals or my criteria or anything else. And by most traders, that's the IB statistic. It has been taken. So let's go over here, and I can actually prove that to you. Where am I? Yeah, okay. Watch this. It's going to be blue. Remember the text that I told you about? Uh-oh. The initial balance statistic has been taken. It's now blue. See? Okay. Don't say I didn't warn you. Those red lines look awful bright, don't they? Let's get rid of those. I don't think we need to have them poking at us right at the beginning of every day. All right, let's go down back to the trading system now. We have an A and it's stuck. Oh, that's great. Now we're going to get a B. And if that sticks, wonderful. And then we need to be looking for a trigger. And when that happens, if the B stays, and it did not because of the close location, if we get a B and then we get a trigger, which is this little arrow guy, I'll be on Bookmap entering a short. So quickly, let's go through the numbers here. Let's run down the checklist, the pre-trade checklist. Ooh. Both are selected. It's a 2-lot. We know that it's the multi-bracket package because I just know that. And we're back. We have cancel all, close all. We have the metrics. We're ready to make a trade. We don't have a B signal yet, but because it closed outside the continue or the failure zone or the pullback zone. Now, if we get down in here, we'll get a B. There we are. You see that I'm getting 2 signals on this bar. I don't think I like that. That's happening because the high is in the trigger zone and the close is down here in the B zone. If that stays there and closes out the bar there, that would be a signal. But if it goes below and this is just the specificity or the granularity, now it took the trade. So what I need to do is I need to jump over here. And I don't know how the hell that happened, but the system took the trade. You see that? But I don't have a trade over here to take on Bookmap because I'm way out of my range. I'm 2 handles off. That would be a chase. But the system, yeah, I got to figure that out. That's not a good thing. What I could do is I could put a resting order up here. And I will. There's a resting 2-lot limit order sell. If we get up there and tag it out, okay. If we don't, then I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do, actually. I don't like doing that because what if we come through the IB? The pullback trigger, the trigger zone is 1 point either side of the initial balance. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can be. I'm going to close this or delete this order, resting order, in case, or maybe I can just move it to the IB and figure, okay.
Order submitted.
If we tag out the IB, then okay. Shucks, huh? Now that's a problem. And we've already taken, had we taken the entry as the system did, it's already achieved the risk neutral scale right here. Will it go down and get T2? Who knows? And I don't know what to think about this. I'm trying to be as transparent and as it can be. And, you know, I'm thinking out loud here. And if we get up there and tag it, we'll be in a short. And looks like we might get there. Now I have to wonder if I'm going to be sorry that I didn't take the trigger zone. Hey? God damn it. I don't know. So we're going to let it play out and see if we get it in a trade. And it looks like that's going to happen. That would be a trade right here in the trigger zone. You see that? I'm going to leave it where it's at because I'm tired of fluffing all over the place here. Man, I'm going to be pretty upset with myself if I tick off from getting this trade on. And it, you know, that's a case of timing, right? Now that's two opportunities up here I've had at the trigger zone to be in that trade, and the IB didn't catch it. So do I move it down to the trigger zone? I don't know, you know. Let's put it there in the trigger zone and see if we get in. Now watch I'll be stopped by a tick. Ah, damn it. Well, monkey boy, be quiet, monkey boy. All right, so no trade on yet, but and that I'll have to decide what to think about that. That's a function of not having a automatic entry and being, you know, just me having to do it myself. Any of those would be, look at that. Isn't that something? So there is T1 and T2. Very definitely. Now I have to think about what do I do in this case? Do I cancel that resting order? I'm already in a trade in on the system. I'm going to cancel that order because that doesn't look to me like I missed the trade. I'm going to have to put that as an error, I guess. Look at that. Isn't that? This is where Monkey Boy comes into play. Had I not moved my order, I would be in the trade. I would be T1 and I would be now looking at T2. Disappointing, very disappointing. Yeah, and I need that. I could have really used that trade too. God darn it, that's frustrating. I don't know how to deal with that. I mean, I don't know what to do about that. I need to think about it away from the live market with a cool and rational and un-monkey boy motivation going on. We did have a VPOC migration up here. Look at this. I'm not tracking these or flagging the VPOC migrations like I used to because of the because of Blue Boy. Boy, that's disappointing. That's really disappointing. Look at that. By the way, none of that broke any rules for me, but that would very definitely be, there's T2 right there. There's 12 handles. That would be a full two, and that would be a full two target trade. God darn it. Isn't that disappointing? Boy, that'll teach me, maybe. Is that FOMO? Is that all those emotions? Absolutely. Am I going to chase it? Am I going to do any of that? Absolutely not. I recognize that I'm having those emotions and I don't act on them. There you go. Man, oh man. So here we have, there's the trade, there's the signal, and there is T1 and there is T2. And aren't I disappointed that that's not the same case over here? Look at that. Had I left that alone, this is where not being real clear with Monkey Boy, trying to get an extra tick, cost me 60 ticks. Now, I didn't lose a penny. I just missed that trade. So that is I actually have a thing for that. Missed vetted trade. I'm going to change that to whatever the time zone is later today. But wow, that just is really disappointing. And I've had 2 stops the last 2 days. So this would have made up for both of them plus. And, you know, I would have been feeling pretty sweet about the day. So I need to figure out how to deal with this or how to handle this while I am putting these trades on manually in Bookmap off confirmation from IRT. I don't know. I got to think about it. But there you see, there you have it. There is the trade plotted, taken, perfect, to both targets. Notice down here this total of 48 ticks. This indicator, which plots the signals, was coded by Chad long ago. It doesn't take into consideration that you might have more than one contract when it does the total. It does, it plots everything perfectly, but it doesn't add. So this should say 60 ticks, not 48, because there's 12 ticks positive here and then another 48 over here. What can I say? Boy, I'm still spitting nails over on this side. Son of a bitch. Sorry. That really is irritating. Oh, man. Really irritating. And it's even more irritating because I was on it. I had my order. I thought I was going to be clever and get one more tick. And boy, was that stupid, huh? And I didn't take advantage of the double. Of course, I thought, okay, this is rearview mirror, remember? I thought, okay, it's going to take one more tick. And boy, was I wrong. And it cost me 60. Didn't cost me. I didn't lose anything. This is FOMO. So let's talk about, while we're at it, let's talk about Monkey Boy here. Your monkey mind. However you imagine that humans appeared on this earth, or you believe, I think everybody agrees we've been here a long time and we've been evolving. And things that kept us alive 1,000 years ago are baked into our wiring now. Risk aversion, fear of missing out, wanting to be right, all that stuff. But that's all our monkey mind, and those things don't apply to trading. We need to be risk-seeking to a certain degree instead of risk-averse. In the old days, risk aversion is how our ancestors stayed alive and passed on their genes. So I believe you're never going to eliminate those inherited DNA feelings and emotions, release of adrenaline, for example. But what you need to do is be real aware of them, and I try to articulate that while it's happening to me as an example, and not act on them. I didn't chase. Am I experiencing FOMO? Yeah, of course I'm bummed out that I moved this one tick and gave up 70 so far. Yeah, of course. But I'm not chasing. I'm not experiencing FOMO to a fact that I jumped down here and took the trade, even though it would have worked out. That's not something you should do. And I'm not going to do that. Am I disappointed about this? Yeah. Abso-freaking-lutely. But I'm not seeing anything in the chat or anything. I see people here, and welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up and subscribe. That'd be super. I don't get fun, I'm not monetized in any way with YouTube. This is my virtual trading journal. Had a lot of inputs and feedback yesterday, but anyway, God, look at that, man. I tell you, I'm livid. Absolutely. Clean, clear signal. One tick, thinking I'd be clever. FOMO, I guess. Wow. Crazy. Well, boy, that's enough to piss off the Pope, isn't it? That is really disappointing, and it's still going. I'm not saying I would still be on that trade, but really, if you're trade managing and you're moving your you're moving your T2 ahead of it to levels, and then you're trading up behind it, you're still going. This thing is double now. I am just sick to my stomach about that, actually. So I'm going to, keep the mouse a long ways away. I recognize those feelings, but that is so disappointing. I mean, an epic trade. Right now, I'd have my target down here just above the overnight volume point of control and see what happens. And they could close the gap, for Christ's sake. Now we're getting an A and a B signal.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
I don't know. I don't know what to think at this point, actually. I'm not sure that I'm clear enough emotionally to trade this. There's an A, there's a B. Will we get a trigger? Would I short it? Should.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, we have an A and a B, so if we get a trigger,
Hey, the IB
I'll put the trade on. I won't be warm and fuzzy about it because I will think that we're in a mean reversion kind of a session. But I will trade it because I've made a commitment to myself and to the system to do that. So let's see. We're in the thing. We're in the deal. We've got the tail. Now, are we going to get the trigger? Which would be right about, well, it's 1 point either side of the IB. The IB is 60.75. So let's say 60.
Hey,
do I think it's a high probability that this trade would go to a target? Not really, because we're in that gap zone. We don't have a trigger, so this is all moot. But if it pops up and gives us a trigger, I'll enter the trade. I'm not going to put a resting order there. I don't think that works. That's the reason I didn't enter at the top up there with the market is because I had a resting order in. Now, you can imagine what would happen if you entered quickly with a resting order, with a market order, and you haven't cleared that resting order out in time, and suddenly you're in double. That's something to be really careful about, eh?
Hey, the IB
It doesn't
low
look
is
like they're
taken.
going to give me an opportunity here. Didn't get an opportunity for that second one either. God damn. Boy, that's frustrating. I really would have liked that trade today. I would have made my week, actually. That would have made the week. That's the joy of trading, boys and girls. That is the joy of trading. Signals here, but no trigger. We're going to take that overnight volume point of control, which is not a surprise at all because it's the second. It is the highest statistic of our system of the day in this open configuration. And it's a gap, and it's a blah, 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 gap rules, all that stuff. God darn it. Can you imagine? Jesus, the more I look at that, the more disgusting it is, actually. That is truly special. Truly. And now it's a V bottom and a who knows what and a who knows what else. Are we going to get a trigger up here? I don't know. Bookmap seems to outrun IRT. I don't know why. It should be, they're both on the same data for Christ's sake, but you see where we're trading up here now. And look where we are. Well, now it's up there. Maybe it's just my imagination. That's entirely possible. If we get a signal, will I take it? This is a V bottom reversal. I don't know. A lot of selling here that didn't get anywhere. 155 stops out. This is where you start overthinking something. Let me be honest. Let me be frank. Clear. If it gets up here to this signal, I'll take it because that's what'll happen in on my system. It hasn't happened yet. And will I be pissed all day about missing this for a tick? There's an old saying some of us used to use in another place, don't be a dick for a tick. And boy, oh boy, is that ever the case. Yeah, sirree, Bobby. Well. Yeah, that is just, and they're heading for, they're going to close the freaking gap, you know? Man, oh man, is there ever an opportunity for me to have been on board and picking up a lot of money? No heat, no sweat, no strain, just manage your trades. I don't know what to tell you. I hope this is a learning experience for somebody. It's not, you know, I didn't succumb to FOMO. I didn't chase. I didn't do all that stuff. But I guess you would say that my thinking here, my thought process for one tick, because I was thinking, okay, if it busts through, this is right in the middle of the trigger zone, right? So I'm thinking, okay, that's right in the center of the trigger zone. There's a point below, a point above. That's the trigger zone. I'll give it to that. And it couldn't get one more tick, and now we're off. What are we off? 90, 45. 45 handles. Jesus Christ. And they continue to go. Next stop would be the overnight mid, I guess. Oh boy, that's disappointing. But that is the joy of trading. That is truly the joy of trading. And the further it runs away, the less clear, you know, the early market, absolutely perfect IB failure. Trade, setup, and trigger. As, you know, as example by the system itself. Now, this system is hard-coded and it doesn't manage or continue to run. But, wow. Wow. God, it's going to take that mid too, also. Jesus. I haven't made a stupid mistake like that in an awful long time that I can remember. And, you know, is it a stupid mistake? Yeah, I guess so. I guess if you want to be technical about it, it was a one tick FOMO. A dick for a tick. What can I mean? Jeez. Yeah. Mm. Wow, wow, wow. pretty darn demoralizing, shall we say. That's the magic of trading. One thing you have to remember about trading, futures especially, there's no missed opportunity. There's only the next one. Now, when this happens, that's a pretty tough thing to remember. But it's the case. It's the truth. So, fortunately, there's, you know, a continual stream of opportunities coming down the pipe. Some of them are a hell of a lot more clear and more in alignment with my trading style and methodology than others. But wow, there you go. And here's that next statistic. Isn't that cute how we pick them off? 1, 2, 3. Looky there. Boom, boom, boom. By the numbers. And we're well in the gap. Here we are. Here's the gap close. RTH high right there. That's my gap line, right? That's where we're going. How the hell do I know where we're going? That's looking likely, isn't it? Jesus Christ on a crutch. That's pretty darn disappointing. I'm tired of saying that. So there we are. That was a real, hopefully that's a learning blunder. Everything else ought to be a positive reinforcement. Trade your system. Don't succumb to your monkey mind or, hide or whatever euphemism you want to apply to that caricature of that, your internal wiring. And here comes the gap close. Wow. Here comes the gap close. Look at there. Now, these are 3 handles apart, right? Because the range is so big. I can't have my 1 point deal here and Blue Boy's out behind the barn smoking cigarettes or whatever. There he is over here. So here's the session. Woo! Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a day. What a perfect day in the neighborhood. I mean, there is a gap rules methodology or playing out pretty specifically, pretty exactly. Okay, so now close the gap. The mistake of the century right here, I guess. But the learning lesson from this is to be extremely cautious at this point going forward for myself about Monkey Boy. He's jumping and playing all over the room here, you know. Okay, I didn't chase. I think I explained why I didn't hit a limit right here. All I would have had to do is go one more tick above that limit, and then I would have been in 2 lots and, you know, 4 lot instead of 2, which is okay, but it's not part of the plan. That would have been an error. And I didn't chase it. Now, I'm trading the statistic and the trade setup precisely. It did execute as I wanted it to right here. And there's the trade. Only to 48 ticks, or, you know, only to the T2 because it doesn't trade manage, but you can see what could happen all the way down. Here was the IB continuation off the low with no trigger. And I was set and ready. If you know, go back through the stream, I was set and ready for the trigger. Had I had this gone one more tick, again with this one tick crap today, I'd have been a short. But, you know, that's what happens. However, the point of this conversation is to articulate out loud to my subconscious mind, I am going to be extra vigilant about Monkey Boy swinging around the room here. Ah. My goodness. All right, now let's see if we, where am I? Let's see if we, if the gap rules continue to play out. And they are. So do we remember? If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and it's 2 hours in, and if we are accepted within previous range and price, there's a high probability that we will trade all the way across that. And if I can show it to you, maybe I can. There's a high probability if we close the gap, which we did, if we get accepted in price, there's a high probability we'll trade across this value area. That's the gap rules, as I remember. Yeah. Am I pissed? You bet. These are the kind of days that you want to be on your game, and boy, did I blow that. And I don't feel bad about the fact that I didn't break any rules. Still aware of Monkey Boy, your monkey mind. Want to be right, fear of missing out, revenge, all disasters. All disasters in our trading world. A lot to be said for my, whatever the hell I call that up there. I guess a dick for a tick. But yeah, I didn't break a rule or chase or do any of the other things when I had the adrenaline blast. So I'm happy with that, right? That's the way to do it. Now, if you're following along here the channel with any kind of regularity, you'll know that this is disappointing on a lot of levels, because this would have this trade properly managed, which I usually do, would have securely put me into the next size up bracket where I could trade minis, not micros. With my system, which I have talked about a lot and go through and all those things. I have created a very specific methodology for sizing up and sizing down. And by size, I mean moving from the macros or the micros to the mini. There's a close, there's the overnight low, bang, boom, bing. Every statistic we had on the books, I think, except the high, I guess, it's been taken out. What a gap rules to the, yeah. These are the times that try men's souls, eh? What a day. What a day. What a disappointment on my part. How glad I am that there is a continual stream of opportunities now. Not today, not for me, because I trade the IB trades, and we're a hell of a long way from any one of them at this point. So, yeah. It happens, baby. The Globex low, the previous the RTH low, we're getting down to the value area high here. Remember the gap rules. Mm-hmm. Now, not a need to bother here. Nothing to see here. Because of the wonderful things it does. Look at that, huh? My goodness. So I'm not going to be worrying about or anticipating any setups or trades anytime soon today after the last two. After my blunder there. It's not a blunder, I guess, but I have to think about this away from the trading session and have a plan in place, pre-articulated in my trade plan for how I'm going to do this execution story. Taking the signals on IRT in this, which I've talked about plenty, I guess. No need to go more. and executing over here in Bookmap. There was my initial order. I thought, well, let's see, maybe rather than at the top of the trigger zone, maybe just with the trigger zone, maybe I go to the center or the IB. Didn't make one extra tick, and that cost me that short. You know, don't know. I mean, nothing to say. It's a random environment, and you just have to you got to lean on your statistics and your trade plan, and don't be changing it during the middle of the trading session. There you go. Because over the long haul, that'll pay off. Remember that this is a trading as I approach it is a business of statistics and probabilities, not a video game or gambling. From the point of view of the gambler, I do approach it from a probabilistic point of view, which is the exact business model of of the gaming industry from the point of view of the casino. That's an important distinction. Hey, baby. Hey, Panda. What's up? What are you doing, little kitty cat? What you doing? What you doing? Where are we going? We going on snack patrol? Let's check. We're on snack patrol. Okay. Where am I? What am I doing? What's going on? Let's see. Yeah, so welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. Smack a thumbs up and a like, or a thumbs up is a like, I guess. And they subscribe. That'd be cool. I'm not in this for not, monetized in any way, but so it's a little positive feedback. Drop something in the chat. That's great. And here we are. There's the world famous dick for a tick and the results, Here's the trading system, which did take the trade. Didn't get a trigger here, which I was prepared for. That could have been right there. One more into the into the pullback zone or the trigger zone, That would have given me a trigger short, and I was ready for that. So what I need to do here, I need to figure out how to get all of this. Maybe that's the way. Maybe use the mouse. There we go. I need to hold on. So the way I approach trading is, if you missed the pre-market stuff, I don't make any changes to my trade plan or anything else during the live trading session. That is all work you need to do. That's the work around trading. The live session is just executing your plan. So in my, in my homework period or my study time or whatever you want to call it, I will definitely, by tomorrow, I will have a very definite plan as to how I am going to handle this kind of situation right here. And then I'll live with that until something happens. The data tells me that I should do something different. And let me explain briefly what and why I did here, because I think we have plenty of time to think of something else. Come on down here. Come on down. Oh, go away, you pencil neck. So what happened here? Jesus. Bookmap, get your shit together. Okay. The initial balance trade, statistic, the pullback zone. These are all triggers in my trade plan, in my actual, my actual trading signals, and in these trading rules. And once again, these trading rules are being sent to the chart here inside of IRT's simulated system, so that none of this is going to my live AMP account. This is for visual reference for me to confirm everything's working at this stage. The pullback zones and the continuation zones plot, because I can do that from my IRT trigger to here. So here we go. There's the IB statistic trigger zone up to the pullback, which the trigger zone is, the pullback zone, trigger zone is 1 point either side of the IB. So it's the IB, in this case, high plus or minus 1 point, or ticks. I put my order, resting order, right here. This high. We came, and then I thought better about it. I thought, well, is that the right place to put it? Or looking at this, okay, maybe I should be at the IB, which narrows the possibility of us trading up through to this previous high and taking a stop. So I moved it up 1 tick to the IB and thought, okay, I'll leave it at the IB. 1, 2, not 1 tick short of the IB, both of which would have been in the trade short, and the rest is history. 50 handles. Tomorrow I'll have a plan for, and the reason this is happening is I'm visually watching the signals on my IRT chart, and I am manually entering in the live market here in Bookmap. So now you know, tomorrow I will definitely have a plan in place for that. You can bet on it. And there's Blue Boy. And here we are. And, frustrating, but also I don't succumb to chasing. I don't succumb to overtrading. I don't succumb to FOMO. And I didn't do any of those things here. I actually we traded up twice, and I brought the target back down to the original spot, and we missed it by a tick again. Oh, yeah. Magic. The magic of trading. And think about what's required there. One trader somewhere in the world, of the millions of traders and algorithms and everybody else, didn't buy one tick higher. Now, would that have gotten me out actually, because this is a live account and the book and slippage and all that stuff? Don't know, but think about it. Excuse me. Yeah. Sorry. Push down through the value area high and are approaching settlement here. Wow, wow, wow. I'm so happy that I'm not in this trade. Boy, imagine the possibility of making that money. Wouldn't that have been it? Making all those, look at that go. Kind of a bitch. Sorry for my French, but you know what I mean. Choking to death on something, I don't know, over here. Yeah, this is stupid times two. Excuse me. Can't get to the mute quick enough. What in the hell is going on here? Look at the volume profile. Talk about a string of singles, baby. Whoa, baby, here we go. That gap rules. Let's see what happens. So we've already done it. We have already satisfied the gap rules. While I'm out filling the water bottle. Isn't that something? And if you don't know what they are, go back to the gap rules of the right after the open a little bit and in the stream here. Essentially, it says that if we open in a gap one way or the other, God damn, sorry. And if we close the gap early on in the session and price is accepted within the previous range, and more importantly, previous value, there's a 90 plus something % probability we'll trade across that value. And let me point out to you that there's the high, there's the gap close. Here's acceptance. There's the value area high, there's the value area low. Anything else? So I guess about the only thing that I have to be, hey, what's up, Ron? Do you have a Discord ID or something like that? I was trying to hook you up with that CSV, and I'm kind of a donut about all of this stuff. So if you do, let me know. I don't know how to go about doing that, I guess. Come to think about it, you probably don't want everybody in the world to see that here in the chat. I'll try to figure out a way to put an invitation. I don't know. This is weird. Typically, I, use a DM or whatever in the Discord, but yeah. I wouldn't say post your Discord login thing or name or whatever here, because I guess that's how people spam them. I don't know. Beats the hell out of me. I have to figure this out. I was going to put the link, the URL in the description, but that would be maybe not that might not be a good idea either. I don't know. I'd like to know that people are subscribed and whatever else that take advantage of that. And I don't know how to figure all that stuff out. Like I said, this is not a situation where I'm a YouTube wizard. or YouTube influencer or whatever. And I hope you were around to see the world famous Dick for a Tick episode up here. Okay, yeah, okay, if you're cool with that, no problem. And then I'll just invite you and you can have there's only a few of us in the I don't know, a couple of three guys in the risk neutral trading Discord. I don't really use it much because of this YouTube thing. I'll send you a invitation, I guess. I don't know how to send I don't think you can do like a DM to somebody with a YouTube chat. I don't think. My daughter said no, and she's a lot smarter about it than I am. Oh, okay, cool. There you go. I'll just send you an invite in a couple of minutes when I get through spanking myself here for being a dunce. But, no FOMO, no monkey boy. Talk about the Dick for a Tick. Isn't that incredible? And of course, if you're following along with the scale up tool and all of that stuff, today would have been a phenomenal improvement there. And that's, yeah, great. Super. Thanks a lot. I'll send you one of those as soon as I figure out how to do that. You can tell I'm a real Discord wizard. When somebody first told me to check out the TLab, it was a Discord site. I thought it was a joke because Discord to me is, an argument. We're having Discord here, not discourse. Is it conversation? I thought the name of the server was goofy. I thought they were jerking my chain. That'll tell you something about me and social media. And now I'm only in two of them. Well, three, I guess. Counting risk neutral trading. Oh no, Stream Up too. Yeah, I forgot about that guy. That's the guy who made the all the way across previous value and one tick from previous low. My. Aren't they showing these boys and girls what they really think? Yep. Pretty much. I find that whole non-farm number just a little bit suspicious. Let's put it that way. Let's see if I can do all of that now. Where am I here? Okay, I got to get all started up here. I also don't have these machines talking to each other a lot for security reasons. So, there's that. Next thing I have to figure out how to do is invite somebody now. Huh. Well, that didn't seem to want to work. Huh. I guess it doesn't work. I guess I don't know how to do it. So here's an invitation link to the Discord server. You do that, I'll say yes, and then I can hook you up with that CSV file at some point this morning here. And you know, let's hope the people that spam it are all good-looking gals. I don't know what to do. I'm a real donut when it comes to most of this stuff. Like I said, it's definitely a case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I don't revisit stuff that's working, you know? Like this whole drama with trying to do the additional volume profile yesterday and getting all off center. It's coming back now. Like I said, it would eventually get back to speed, but anyway. So here we go. All right, so I don't know why. Yeah, I do know why. What do you guess about volume? I'm telling you, we're way high. Typically, where am I? Typically, we're about 1.3 million at close. Let's see what Mr. Volume Boy has to say over here. Well, it says only 110% for this time of day in the full session, which is pretty surprising to me. But look at here. If you wonder why you're getting your ass handed to you with trades, this is the average true range over a 1 minute bar. 13 handles. Now, it's been going in the right direction, so if you got on it, super duper. And this is open interest, which I had a bunch of other stuff here. This is part of my cleanup and get IRT functioning more efficiently weekend, where I managed to screw up a couple things, but I have everything back to normal now. And here is the trading system. And here we are. Come on, honey. Come over here to daddy. Come on, baby. There's the signal that was taken in the success to. This is where I had the A, the B, and no trigger. And yeah. This is the signal and the trade I was trying to get on manually. Again, for the umpteenth time, so it's real clear to anybody that might look at this stream at some point. This is my trading system. It is now being sent to this chart, which has these lines, levels are just indicators. These signal markers are just indicators I created. Right here. And and they have nothing to do with the actual trading system, except they very, very precisely show the levels, pullback zone, trigger zone, IB high, all that stuff as the signals and the trading system has them defined. So what I do now at this point so far, and this is in trading, these signals are being traded simulated within IRT, making damn sure that they're not sending out signals to my live account until I'm, I don't want that happening, obviously, for obvious reasons. But the problem that happens to me, as it did today, is once I see the signal setting up, then I have to zoom over to Bookmap real fast and enter a trade manually enter the trade without discretion as it's been plotted. And you can see what a freaking mistake I made right there. Put in the order, thought, maybe I better put it at the IB instead of at the trigger zone. Well, maybe back at the trigger zone, and got missed on that. So, dick for a tick, baby. Maximum. E pluribus maximum. There's yesterday. There's the gap up. There's today. There's close the gap. There's into value. There's cross value. There's out the other side. Over here. Lots of different places to look at it. Look at this string of singles in the market profile chart. You baby. And this is the NASDAQ. And mind you, these are the micros, remember? You can see in the watermark, you can see in the heading of each chart, the instrument, the type of chart, the session. Try to make this as clear and unconfusing as possible. And these are the minis. Same exact setup, but the minis. Now, I don't change the market profile from micro to mini. I leave it at the mini. So you'll notice over here on the micro tab, if I get my shit together here, you'll notice that this is still the micros. I just don't think it matters much. I don't trade off the market profile anymore. It's more of a visual reference for me and interest. And look at us down here at the bottom. Ooh, at the bottom we go. Here goes a new all-time low in the mini. Boop, boop, boop. But I suppose that's going to be pretty similar to what we're doing over here. And we're still working on big lags because of the data. So, yeah. Jesus. Yeah. This is why God made booze right here, I'll tell you. Yeah, no problem. I'll get you that link now here, accept that thing and do all that stuff. Not a lot of action in there, obviously. Now that you're there and see just a couple of guys that we talk back and forth off and on. I'm so focused here on the stream and then on what I'm doing otherwise that I need to be more attentive to that. Let me look right now, to be honest with you. Okay. Uh, Look at this damn thing go. Jesus, huh? Man, days like this, opportunities like this that are so crystal clear at the outset and a trigger and miss it by a tick, I gotta tell you that is definitely food for FOMO right there, baby. Wow. Yeah. That is definitely food for FOMO. And what's going on here? This doesn't look right. IRT has an issue. I don't know if it's an issue. Likely an operator error, which most things are. Likely an operator error, as are most things. I'll tell you, I don't remember such a clean, clear IB failure with just about a perfect, every kind of way you'd like to look at it set up in recent memory. Yeah, very good. Good for you. I wish the hell I would have gotten not waffled on my entry up there, and I would have had a beautiful situation too. I asked you a question in the Discord. Do you want the session prices for the ES or the MES? I'm guessing the MES. I'm guessing the ES. I don't know. In other words, the minis rather than the micros. And I guess you know how to set up a cloud node, so that's easy. Whenever, you know. Good for you. That's great. I'm glad you had a good day. I hope someone else did. Anyone else did. Do as I do, not as I say. No, do as I say, not as I do, or however that goes. Yeah, okay, minis. Let me see now if I can. I gotta do something over here. I gotta open them up on this trading machine because that's where I have the thing happening here. Let me see. So, get all of this figured out here. Now I have to do something else. What's happening here? There we go. Oh, wait, yeah, I got to figure this out. I got to go to the, never mind. I got to get that link off of somewhere else. Ooh, thank you, Mama. Fresh squeezed pomegranate juice. What a gal. Come on, man. Stop doing that. All right, now. Okay, I slapped that in the Discord for you there. You know how to do a cloud note column, I'm assuming, so no problem. Obviously, if you're making money today, you're no more than I do. Maybe I should just start listening to everybody else. I'm disappointed, obviously, but I'm not disappointed that I followed my plan, my rules, and all that stuff. What I need to do is work out how in the hell I'm going to have a set, fast procedure for these manual entries. If you don't know how to do the cloud note thing, the cloud note column, let me know. I'll show you, but I'm sure you do. Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is stop. Maybe that's not a good idea either. I was going to say stop doing resting orders or limit orders for the entries. But that might not be such a great idea either. And what I mean by that is come on. Right here, okay? I put in this resting order in anticipation of the trigger being hit. Now, this happened, and I thought, ooh, I need to get right there. It's not going to make that extra tick. But if I'd have gone in on this with a market order, and then it ticked up one more tick, I'd have been in double. So I would have needed to cancel this one first, and then put in a market here. And I'm thinking that perhaps the way to do this going forward is market in on the trigger signal, just as the trade system does. So that's what I'm going to do going forward. That'll be I'll review that tonight, but that will be my plan going forward here, I think. Go on, you lazy devil. Where'd Blue Boy go? That guy you can't hire good help nowadays, I tell you. Trump flew him all out of the country. Jesus. What a mess. Well, I don't know. Gambling, all those option stuff. You're way ahead of me. No, you can't. Here's what you do. If you're watching the stream, it's real simple. You add a column. You go to here and add a column, and you can call it whatever you want by changing the title. And all you do is go down to notes. You add a notes column, and you add a cloud notes column. And you say, yes, I'm going to believe all that crap. And here's where you will slap in the URL that I just shared with you. This is from my machine internally and wasn't going to do anybody any good. And you set the download interval in minutes, and 1 minute is the smallest you can do, I believe. And you click save, and poof, you get the cloud note column. And after it's set up and after it's doing what you expect it to do, be sure you jump over to File, Save Workspace. Otherwise, oops, it'll be gone the next time you look for it. I'll try to this weekend. I like the idea of some of the short video content for things like the back testing and that kind of stuff. So this weekend, I think I'll try to make a couple of videos about that if I get some time and I'm conscious and all that stuff. Yeah, that's just freaking magical, man. And I have no, fantasies about having any signals the rest of the day because I'm working the IB trades and the IB is long gone, my brother. 67, 60, 66, 10. Jesus Christ. 150 handles. Huh? Yeah, that's true. Jesus. 67.60 is the IB low. 66.60 is a settlement. That's 100 handles, unless I'm crazy. And another 40. Son of a fuck. Boy, did I miss the boat. Holy crap. So that would have put me well into the mini camp with my size up tool. And, gee whiz. Yeah, absolutely. Let me know. Yeah, it's falling off a log simple after you finally get it once. Do it once, then boom, there you go. I bring my system up at 1700 on Sunday night, and it runs continuously pretty much until 1600 on Friday. So those levels continue to push the entire time. And that's if you're, if you have IRT, that's just the session prices, which I think I showed about, and exporting, that's what that does. That's what that is. Man, that's Jesus. I might have to start drinking again. It's been a long time since I'd been quite a while since I did. I didn't ever drink a lot, but the older you get, I noticed that I was feeling bloated all the time. I used to drink some red wine every night, a glass or two while I was doing my homework. And, a few months ago, 3, 4 months ago, I decided I'm not going to do that anymore and see how I feel. And I do feel a lot better. So fortunately, I've never had an addictive personality where stopping that stuff is any kind of problem. And so it's no big, I don't even think about it. A day like this makes me think about it. Thank you, Mom. That's really good juice. She is too cool for me, man. Fresh hand squeezed pomegranate juice. Mmm. Yep. Well, yep. Who knows, huh? Is that the gamma thing you're talking about over here? Let me figure out how to get up there now. Oh, gamma's with the SPX, huh? Yeah, I heard some guys talking about that. I forget who they're called, and I will. Yeah, I for the longest time they're not visible here because of the because of where we're trading, but I was I was tracking expected range for the ES and the MES. Oh yeah, it's on the ME and it's on the ES. That's another reason why you don't see them here. Expected move, weekly expected move, and the daily expected move based on the implied volatility. You can see how long ago that was. We were trading in the 7s. I would do them every Sunday night for the weekly and then every night for the daily based on the expected move. I'm real, speaking of donut boy, when it comes to options, I really have a lot of respect for those guys. Tom Sosnoff, for example. But I'm trying to get this going, and then, I have no problem expanding my horizons, but this is my business now. My career disappeared early part of this year when the company that I had been with for quite a long time was sold, and a bunch of us were just told, we don't need your ass anymore, which is kind of a drag after, damn near 2 centuries or 2 decades. And that was, I was still focused on trading and stuff, but it was handy to have that, cushion. Cushion for the pushing, baby. What I've done here, in case anybody's curious that has IRT, just set the scaling to automatic, and it'll show you the entire session and continue to update. And with this kind of a range, that's important. And what's happening over here? Do the same thing over here, maybe. See if that works. Well, there are the IBs, and here's where we are now. Holy smokes. So there's the IB session starting at 9:30 with the plots. There's this system trade, no trigger, and this is the step on your dick deal right here for me. And look at that thing go. Wow. It's also really important this is something important I want to put in the stream. It's okay. I didn't chase it. I didn't FOMO. I didn't override the possibility. Well, this is pretty close. A couple more ticks would be the target, or whatever else would be the trigger, and get short. Just like I don't move my stop away from entry, any of those things. And why I am so fixated or rigid about that comes back to our monkey mind, It's, in my opinion, one of the biggest mistakes you can make, and one of the most dangerous mistakes you can make, is when you do that as a trader. You break a rule, move your stop away from entry, whatever that's the typical biggest one. Whenever you do that, and it works out in your favor, that's a huge problem, because as humans, our monkey mind remembers the good stuff. It will remember the time that worked for you and not remember any of the times that cost you double. So I'm rigid. I didn't chase. I had a logical reason, I thought, for moving my original entry. I mean, this was just arbitrary. I put it at the trigger zone. I thought, well, maybe put it at the IB. I think I will, going forward, I think I'll put it at the trigger zone. But, I don't know how to think about that yet. I didn't enter a market because if it ticked up, I would be in 2 trades instead of 1. That's no good. But I didn't chase. I didn't FOMO. Here, for example. Now, that would have been, in my opinion, that would have been breaking the rule and subject to that, what I was just talking about. I think that's a huge mistake when they work out, especially like this. You don't think that I would remember this day forever if I broke that, if I didn't follow that rule and got short? You bet. So there you are. That's all I can say about that. Trying to make, positive learning experience out of a day that's just thoroughly pisses you off. Yeah. What I use for direction and staying on the right side is context. That's why I've got Blue Boy over here. I realized that when I was using the VPOC migrations, which I'm not flagging, as you notice here anymore, really, trying to keep this column clean just to see how it works. Obviously, scroll off the screen, right? So where the hell where has the VPOC been? I don't know. That's why I keep Blue Boy going. That was the reason originally that I put these, where is one, that I would put these VPOC migration flags in so that I would see where we had been. My theory is, I guess I don't say that enough, maybe. I want to have all the data I think that is important to trade here on the hard right edge of the chart. There's the, and that's everything that's here. So I didn't want to be scrolling in and out all the time to see where the POC had traveled to and from. And therefore I put those flags. The reason that I didn't want to be scrolling in and out, and the reason that I couldn't see where we had been, is I kept the timeline at 5 minutes. Well, there you go. There's 5 minutes on the timeline. And wrong way. There's 5 minutes on the timeline, and there's 1 point high. Where the hell have we been? Where are we going? What's going on? I don't know. That was not working very good for me. And the reason I try to keep the prices at this fixed 1 point scale is so I have a consistent understanding of range. How far is this thing really moving? You get if you're zoomed in way too close, you get some big thing like this, you think, oh, damn. And you come to find out it's 1.5 points or something stupid. So that's where Blue Boy came from. And now, looky here. Now I have a much cleaner understanding of what context is today. This spreads out because of the range, right? These are 5 point increments here, and that's not enough. Look at that. So that tells you what we're doing. And I can always glance over here, and are we going to get a buttload of stops below all of this micro composite? I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. And down we're going to go, I'm thinking. Let's get over here and see what happens. 12 handles on the prices. This is a full T1. Wow. That's a full stop range right there. There you go. Okay, so well, I have not many. I don't do that stuff. Price levels. That's this thing. Break even point. I like that when I have a trade on, so I can see where that's going. Trade statistics, which is I use every day whenever I have a trade. For example, there's nothing there, but I include that in the snap when I'm doing my end of the day snap to put in the journal and stuff. Price levels, break even point, stops and icebergs, which is there. AV, anchored VWAP, which I don't ever use. Matter of fact. Well, wait a minute. Let's check what was that? Oh, I thought I saw a redraw line. And multi brackets, and then price lines. The price lines down here are these ones. Is this add-on where you use the same? You buy this indicator from Bookmap, and then you can use a. It's the same, essentially the same data from IRT from the Cloud Notes session prices is what that's about. That's it. I don't do all that other stuff. I don't do absorption. I don't do all those things. And I'll tell you exactly why. I used to have all that stuff going on over here, and you'll notice that my chart is real basic. I like the old-fashioned. Let's see here. Going on. There you go. I like the old legacy color map because I like black. If you choose like this one, you see how the background color gives that light green again? I don't like that for my eyes to get these colors, so I forego that to have the black legacy. I have the cutoff set real specific and real simple. And I don't do the auto smoothing where you get all this smears together everything and smooches out the lines. I don't mind seeing these specific little lines. And I'm real basic, man. Real basic. Primarily, I'm interested in seeing the market without a lot of clutter. Like, for example, in some of the other sites, TLab or whatever, I can't even, they got the balls and the bubbles and the heat map and the absorption and the this and that and something else. I can't even see the price line. And you'll notice that price is only the last price. I don't have bid and ask or any of that. And I can't even see the price. So, and that's just me. Just personal, but there you go. Oh, you're right. Gosh, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, football. Dummy. So what I was talking about was this one here. The heat map. I used the legacy to get black, so I don't have all the color stuff going on because I like the black. I haven't bothered to thought about it. Change the background and all this stuff to black. It seemed like a lot of work, and who cares? I primarily am looking at the heat map. I have the cutoffs set. I don't have a large lot tracker or any of this stuff. Order imbalance is this little goodie at the top. Volume bars at the bottom. Volume dots. I don't have them all fancified. I just switched them back to 3D the other day. I used to keep them 2D all the time. I used to keep them like that all the time. And I thought it was a little easier, actually, a little less rigid to have them 3D like that. And I keep them at delta. And the volume imbalance. That's at the top. So there. I don't do much add-on or any kind of stuff. I'm happy with this. Price is the last price, not, bid ask. And whatever works. Like in the pre-market, this is not my way or the highway. If whatever works for you, if throwing darts at the wall and you're consistently profitable, lend me your darts. Yeah, I do that a lot. I used to drive Antonio nuts. I think it drove him nuts to the point that he doesn't come around much anymore. He's also trying to focus on his own trading and not be distracted, which is exactly why I don't spend a lot of time at TLab anymore. Actually, I make 2 chats or posts in there in the day, like I said, and that's it. These levels here, this pullback zone and continuation zone they are these levels. And I just save those to a VPound variable and push them to Bookmap with the export for the level or for the price line indicator. Yeah. Pretty straightforward, keep it simple, stupid. I am definitely one of those guys. And boy, did I screw up by missing this today. But hey, Paula. Now, one thing I do is every day, and something that is, I gotta update add some more things to my hotkey list for the session markers now that, or the timestamps now that they're working again. Thanks to that young fella. So we approach the world famous noon hour. Eh? It's important to understand that probably the most critical tool you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. Stop and think about all the time and money and thinking and worrying and whatever else planning goes into monitors and DPIs and this size that and something size this and mixers and microphones and all the kind of stuff that we do, charts, charting packages, indicators, and all of that data and input is processed by your eyes and your brain, and upon which you make financial decisions which affect you and your family. And probably the least looked after by a lot of traders. Make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you're well rested. Take a break every few hours. And if you can't get outside and look down the street, just soft focus out at the horizon, out the window or whatever. Best if you get outside for some natural light and some UV, fresh air, exercise. Get a couple of dumbbells in your office and kick your chair out of the way and do some squats or sit-ups or something. I've got a big enough office here, fortunately. First, I have 2 stand-up desks only. And it's large enough that I can step back. I can still watch the market and watch what's going on and do squats, or I've got some dumbbell set back there. I can do, curls or whatever. And I got a pull-up bar in the doorway. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying you got to do something to get your blood flowing and be up to speed and be as sharp as you can be. We're in a highly competitive business activity. And if you're not firing on all cylinders, you're operating with an extreme handicap. Would you trade if you were not on live data? Delayed 10 seconds, 20-second data? Of course not. Would you trade if you're, were drunk last night and had a fight with mama and you're sitting here scratching your eyes and rubbing your nose and missing trades? It's the same thing. So, and the older you get, take it from me, advice. The voice of experience here. The older you get, the harder it is, the easier it is to get out of shape, the harder it is to get back in. It's so much easier and better to just maintain your state. So the point of all that is typically midday now. I'm not anticipating any kind of a trade that's going to happen here for me because I'm only trading the 2 IB setups. Okay. I'm going to get on my phone and get out. I try to get about 3 miles in during the lunch hour. And every weekend I did it. I get around between 10 and 12 on a Sunday. Plus all the honeydew crap, mow the lawn and all that noise on Saturday. But so I get fresh air. I monitor the stream, which reminds me, I never kicked on the music yet. I monitor the stream, and I've got it worked out here in the neighborhood so that I can keep pretty close and just get up and down some cul-de-sac streets, you know what I mean? Without getting, if something looks like it's going to happen, I can beat feet back pretty quick. But I don't anticipate that today for the reasons I just put forward. And when I get back, we'll go over continue to chat, of course. When we get back, I will go over oh, and here's another one. It's Blondie Puss is having herself a conference, a press briefing here. So who knows what? We're going to have the 10-year bond tips this morning. This guy, Miran, whatever. Oh, it's at 5 o'clock. Never mind. So I don't see any potential unrecognized critical risk to be aware of. Typically, this gal doesn't say anything that's market moving. It's usually just, already been chewed over by many people. I think. It's my read on it anyway. So there you go. Now what I do is, here's our micro. I guess they showed him who's boss on over here. Teach you to gap up. There you go. There's the day. Market profile. Damn near, we're going to be 2 million contracts here. That's a lot. That's some substantial volume. And and book smack over here. Blue Boy, we'll get him out here where he's front and center. Remember, this is just a vertical line slapped on the first print of each session so that I can make sure visually, just a quick peek without, looking at the timeline or whatever else, that I have the whole session so far in view and know exactly. I'm firmly grounded in the context of what we're doing, what the market is doing. And if you don't believe me, what did I do here? There we go. There's There's the RTH Open yesterday morning. There's RTH session. There's the close. There's the overnight session. There's the gap up. And here's our open, and there we are. Boop. And it's the same thing a lot of people do with various charting packages where they, they'll put a horizontal line or something like that. Used to do that with, I think it was Sierra Chart when they had that. You can put session lines on IRT. At this point in the game, I want to have things as simple and uncluttered as I can. That's why there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT. If you want to be, really picky about it. Oh, looky there. You notice when I turned off the A VWAP, I was thinking that was anchored VWAP. I forgot that is session time. No, I don't want any of this to happen. I suppose I screwed myself there, but anyway, I'll have to set that anchored VWAP back up so that it's where it's supposed to be for each session. That's what I had. I forgot they changed it from just VWAP, which used to be on the charting over here, to the anchored one now. Did it start on time? Well, no. I don't think so. So, oh yeah, it started on the full session, I think. Oh yeah. So it started on the ETH. So I need one for ETH and one for RTH. That's how I had it set up originally. Now it redrew that, but not correctly. It's redrawn two of them. See this? This book map has got its knickers in a knot as far as my clock is concerned. You see that book map is thinking that the session started at 7:30. This son of a bitch is not paying attention to the fact that daylight savings changed. That's exactly what's going on. Yeah, see that? There's the session start, and it's at exactly 7:30. Not 8:30. I'll mess with that after the session and after I'm back from my little stroll, which I want to catch before I miss it.
bicicleta amarela e o calor de madrugada são lembranças de nós dois. Vai você, eu vou depois. Deixa a porta aberta. E as horas vão passando e a manhã vem chegando e os seus lábios nos meus lábios e os seus olhos me olhando e o sol já vai subir. Você desce e vai embora. É quando eu vou dormir. Passarinho na janela e o fusquinha na calçada, bicicleta amarela e o calor de madrugada são lembranças de nós dois. Vai você, eu vou depois. Deixa a porta aberta. E as horas vão passando e a manhã vem chegando. Os seus lábios nos
Pásame blon, me quita el sufrimiento. Me liberé de las ganas, humo en el viento. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye cabrón, pase blanco, que prefiero olvidarlo. Me liberé de toda tu maldición, baby. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del control que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Mucha suerte con todo sin bote, un payaso sin trucos y chistes, un bufón sin las putas canciones, con tu la 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 la, la 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 la. Ese tema que me sigues, no me sigue, maná. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye cabrón, pase blanco, que prefiero olvidarlo. Ya no quiero más complicaciones. ¿Para qué? Ya no quiero más complicaciones. ¿Para qué? Ya no quiero más complicaciones. ¿Para qué? Me liberé de toda tu maldición, baby. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del control que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí.
Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Basta ter carinho e compreensão. Basta ter carinho e compreensão.
Hoy pienso en qué pasó y cómo me afectó las horas que pasé en aquel bus. No entiendo bien por qué mi abuelo distraído se bajó sin mí. Yo seguí. Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus te vi pasar y la calle caminar, y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar. Eres la niña perdida, el chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar. Crucé la calle, di con el lugar. Se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar.
And I'm used to is this one. That I'm used to. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, man. Well, I guess I don't have to say any more times how disappointed I am. It ought to be about as obvious as the nose on my face and have a big nose. Okay, this is a lot of fun. Maybe not. Well, that was an interesting walk. Not really. A little bit of a pullback there to settlement, and then boop, she went down again, and that was holy crap. This little pop right here, 66.51, 66.75. There's 75 handles, 25 and 50. Oh, wow. Having a hard time dealing with these ranges because I'm used to having Blue Boy and my scale set up differently, frankly. In case that's not obvious. Well, I hope somebody's on it. I'm not, but you know, what can I say?
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que
Not much to say or do here. That hasn't happened already. RTH 3, we're going to hit the power hour in about 30 minutes. Yeah. A lot of regret on my part. But hey, you know, it is next. What can I say? And not regret that I broke any rules or anything, but that I just didn't get filled. And I don't chase and I don't FOMO and all that stuff, so it is what it is. But wouldn't that have been a lovely little bit to set before the queen there, huh? Man, there's 100? Oh, 200 points. 200 points on the micro. My.
sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Pra fazer o frio evaporar. Pra fazer o frio evaporar.
I forgot to mention, I'm sure you figured it out, but that link is for the minis, so it needs to be in a mini Cloud Note tab. It can't be on the micros. It's instrument specific. I'm sure you figured that out, but you know, in case. obviously there's a lot of price action down here, and has been all day. But if you don't have a vetted setup in advance of the open this morning, then you got no business trading any of this action. In my opinion, I don't either. And that's just my opinion, right? Excuse me, and everybody's got one. So, there you are. It makes for much more exciting stream or whatever else, you know, to just be in there whipping and spurring, gunslinging. But I don't think that's long-term success. And my goal, as I've said about a gazillion times, is to have a trading business based on probabilities and statistics and data, which is consistently profitable over the long term. Not an adrenaline rush or dopamine fix or, you know, just a hunch here or a guess there or whatever. And those can all work. I mean, look at every one of these. Pull back, sell it. Pull back, sell it. Pull back, sell it. Pull back, sell it. You know, you can go back. I can look in the rearview mirror here and be a screaming genius. But without having some statistics to lean on, what are you going to do right there? Which way is that market going to go at that point? Is it going to rotate back up here? I mean, I'm not trying to be obnoxious. I'm just trying to point something out. Rear view mirror trading is so easy. So many people and so many streamers do that. And it's valuable to look at the price action and those kind of things. But take a lot of that advice with a grain of salt. I should say I do. And I've hung my hat on the fact that I have vetted trades that I did myself with a statistically significant data set, 500 trading days, 700 plus trades. And that's what I believe from statistics to be valid. There's another school of thought or a premise out there. Flip a coin. Flip a coin and enter the market. If you keep specific, rigid rules and a one-to-one relationship, one-to-one risk-reward. And I haven't tried this out and don't have any, why bother? Why waste the time? But you have a one-to-one risk-reward ratio, or an, R factor of 1. You very specifically and rigidly follow the rules, flip a coin, take enough instances, and you will achieve 50-50 or pretty much close to it, break even, and you'll do better. You'll be a more successful trader than 95% of retail traders that come into this game. Think about that for a minute. And that is truth. True. The only way that I know to succeed long term is to identify a setup, vet it with back testing, etc., and approach it the way I'm approaching this thing. And other people can certainly have a winning way, a different approach, no question about it. But this makes sense to me. It makes sense because it is essentially what the most successful traders in the world have figured out. And that's, I think, worth paying attention to.
Estava a viver, caminhando na vida, sempre chorando por uma nova ferida. Mas como até que de um mato nasce uma flor, muitas vezes é da dor que vem o amor. Eu que pensava que era um engano, olho seus olhos de luz e vejo um anjo. Esqueci dos tropeços, esqueci das caídas, em noites perdidas. Vou encontrar o meu lar. Foi do seu sorriso que encontrei a paz. Alguém que preciso pra não olhar mais pra trás. Foi do seu sorriso que encontrei a paz. Alguém que preciso pra não olhar mais pra trás. Ay, amor, te quiero dar mis días, también darte mis noches.
Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Ay, amor, jamás seré tu dueña. Yo quiero que me elijas cada día por amor.
Sorry, busy chewing, having my lunch and typing and stuff here, and didn't realize the mic was not muted. I apologize.
Que viví
But yeah,
fue para preparar
boring.
y reconocer
This is trading. Fantastic day for, I'm sure, a lot of people. There are people dancing in the streets right now. And I would have been one of them if I had not moved my entry, my resting order, one tick. That's the joy of trading, man. That's it. There's going to be a million more opportunities like that.
todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
Okay. Oh, okie dokie. I should, let's see here. Well, okay. 2 minutes till the world famous power hour. Okay. Well, now if they put a squeeze on them, that'd be pretty breathtaking. I kind of don't think that's going to be the case, but who knows? Interestingly enough, look at how the POC did not migrate. Or do I have my stuff broken somehow or another here? Well, something's goofy. IRT's got the POC up here at 84.75-ish. And our friends at Bookmap have got them lined up down here below. Looking at the chart, the way this thing has figured it out, yeah. I'll be glad to shut Bookmap off and restart it here tonight. There's non-farm payroll. And there's the open. But POC doesn't seem to be doing anything. $67.83 right there. I'm going to leave the data alone. Not update it or download it or do anything to it. I'm not going to be trading anything, so there you go. So a couple of things that are worth talking about. in advance of the back testing idea, or why I bother to vet a trade and think it's important. Maybe that's a better way to look at it. So I'm approaching trading as a statistical business. You have to come to peace with the fact that this is a random environment that we operate in, that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. This is a coin flip. It can go up, it can go down. Think about it. There's no horizontal movement. Time gives the illusion of horizontal movement. If you didn't have time going, this thing would just be flopping up and down like this, all the way up here, and then all the way back down here, and then all the way back over here. Period. Up and down. That's all it does. 50-50, binary event. There are millions of people that interact and express their opinion in this market every minute of every day. Makes sense to me that it's not a long-term winning idea to try to predict where this is going, or I don't think it's a smart idea to guess. The idea, in my opinion, is to anticipate what you think, just like this morning in the pre-market, I talked about the gap rules and that we were in a gap up. Now, I didn't predict anything, but I anticipated that would happen because it happens frequently. And I'm pretty sure I forgot to point this out, but this morning we opened in a gap up, right? So what would that mean? That would mean that if you view a gap as I do, so that the gap high from yesterday, in other words, the high of yesterday's RTH session, the low of the gap is the previous RTH high, and the high of the gap is our open today. Okay, so what would the statistics be in a gap up range, looking back over 1,600 days, that we would revisit the previous high at some point? 66%. So there's a 66% or 66% probability that in this open configuration, based on the last 1,600 and a quarter days, we would close the gap. And guess what? We closed the gap. Surprising. Amazing. Now, it's not a prediction, it's a probability and assessed that way. And 65.9, there you go. So, assuming that I approach it from the point of view that the way to think of a business of trading is to identify a pattern that seems to repeat itself, and identify the specific criteria that validate the entry for that setup. I have chosen the initial balance trades, the IB continuation and the IB failure, for a couple of reasons. A, very well-known statistic. B, happens every day. C, let me see if I see an example here. Well, as I talked about, and if you think about it, what kind of context can we have? What kinds? There's only two. We can have a directional day, or get over here a minute. Let's look at it's maybe better to see on IRT. Okay. Well, we can have a directional day like today, or we can have a rotational day like yesterday. Now, if you look at If you had to ask yourself a question, okay, I have two trades, one of which is an IB continuation trade, the other is an IB failure or reverse, mean reversion. In this rotational kind of a day, which of those two setups do you think would be suggested or more prevalent or a good idea? Looks to me like the IB failure, because it's a rotational day. It's not running away from Jones's house. It's reverting back to the mean. How about over here today? You think IB failure betting on a rotation here was a good idea? No. Now, of course, you can always pick it apart. The IB failure from here was fantastic. And if you continued on with it, you're thinking you're, some sort of god. This was the IB continuation down here. Both setups we've talked about earlier on the trigger chart. So the reason I chose the initial balance trades, that is the third reason. I have I will have, and I now do have, a vetted, statistically verified option to trade either directional or rotational. If I'd have vetted just mean reversion, I would not have any vetted statistics for directional day. There you go. And now I'm going to look for the next setup to vet. So that's why I chose that one. So after you have identified the setup and the parameters and all the things and they must be equal. You can't have, and they must be equal in order to have it be in a statistical data, statistically significant. You can't have a stop of 5 points this time and 10 points the next time and 1 point the next time and targets all over the place, because then they're not comparable, right? You can't compare them. How can you possibly say, well, I achieved T1 60% of the time when you don't know what T1 is? Ridiculous. Okay, so that brings us to the backtesting story, which is wrong one right here. Now, I chose the IBs, talked about this already, but there's the IB high, there's the IB low. Here's the pullback zone, continuation zone, trigger zone. Maybe we can get over here, I don't know. Here was IB failure, triggered and traded perfectly. Now, this is set up to trade exactly the risk neutral 2-lot package, which, if you remember from the pre-market, has a 48 tick T2. And there you have 48 tick D2. It doesn't know to start it doesn't trade manage and keep running and keep trailing up behind the swing lows and get the 1,000,000 points. That's not the purpose of backtesting. The purpose of backtesting is to determine if you have a statistical edge or expectancy on very specific rules and structure, and that's right here. There is absolutely no discretion. There's no anything else other than what is coded right here, and the computer goes, thank you very much, get out of my way, I will do that. However many days we select in the backtest, let's make it, I don't know, 500? 500? What do you want? I always do 500. Let's do 100. Let's do 100 and see what happens. Oh, wait a minute. It wouldn't be statistically significant to just do 20 days. What I mean by statistically significant on the backtest is to get enough samples or occurrences that you are likely outside random variance or random distribution. Random distribution. If you flip a coin, we all know that a coin is 50-50, heads or tails. If you flip a coin 10 times, nobody's surprised that you get more heads than tails or vice versa. That's random distribution. You flip a coin 1,000 times, you're going to be real close to 50-50, probably 51-49-ish, that kind of thing. That's the difference. And we'll see that in the back test over here. Let's do 100 days just for fun because I'm tired of doing 500 every day. Now, you could go back through. First thing I want to do is, I don't know what'll happen if I run a back test on top of this system being over here. I don't know. Anyway, so here was a trade. Here was an A, here was a B. We didn't get a trigger, so we don't have a short for the continuation trade. Very disappointing, but that's why I didn't put on a trade. I did not have a trigger. Right there. All this had to do was go up here and tap that, get into that little dotted line right there, which happens to be 1 point either side of the IB, and that would be the trigger, and away you go. Would have been breathtaking. So let's try it. I've never tried this before. Let's try back testing the system while the system's being. I don't think that's a good idea, actually. I don't want to break something here, and I don't want to break my break something. And also, I have end of day rules here, which mean that if I were in a trade and we approach whatever I have set for the end of day, in this case it's 90 minutes, it would automatically close out any positions. So that's 14:30. That's 15 minutes. So let's do this. Let's get rid of from the chart. Let's remove the system. And there we go. No more system. Remember that these lines and signal markers are just things that I coded on this chart, having nothing to do with the system. So now the system's completely independent. We've set it up for 100 days to backtest. You ready? Boop. Took 2 seconds. It took 2 seconds to go back through 100 trading days, 44,431 1-minute bars, and evaluate each one of these rules over each of those 1-minute bars. Isn't that amazing? Computers are pretty cool. This is what it would have made, and these are micros, remember. So what it would have made. These are some of the data over here. Here's one I like to look at even more, kind of. Don't be that way now. Well, this thing just doesn't want to do stuff for me. Like this new mouse and I do not get along very well. There we go. So this is 152 trades, 53 winning trades, 50 losing trades. What's that? That's 103, isn't it? This is 152. What's the deal with that? Scratch. Win rate is 2.27, which is essentially the R factor. Average losing trade is $29.70, and average winning trade is $67.33. Here's an important one for you. There's 4 winners consecutive and 5 consecutive losers. Random distribution right there. We have greater than 50% win rate, but we have random distribution. Now, something that's also important to understand is that win rate of and by itself is completely internet YouTube clickbait and nothing more. You can have a 95% win rate, have your risk reward upside down, and be broke in 10 trades. That is just internet BS. Taken in in conjunction with the other metrics used to calculate your expectancy, it's a vital piece. It's a vital metric. The most important of those metrics, really, I think, in my opinion, is the risk to reward ratio, or the R factor, however you want to say that. And let's see if I can get all this. Oh, I haven't even opened it. I'm sorry. Boom. Okay. I created this little tool for that. Here's 100 days. There are 153 trades, right? The average winner is 67.33, so let's just call that a flat 67. Oh, man. I forgot to do one thing. We had 53 winners. There we go. And $66. No, $67. There you go. Now, come on. Fingers. Hate it when my fingers don't do what I tell them. And 50 losers. And the average loser is 29.70. Let's call that 30. Okay? We have a 50.89% win rate. 49% loss rate. Expectancy is $19.25 a trade. And our risk to reward ratio, or our R factor, is 2.23. That means for every one risk unit we are risking in a trade, we have an expectancy to realize 2.23 of them. Breaking it down further, here's the package size, there's the positions. 103 T1s were achieved for 33%, 53 T2s for 17%. If you notice, those two will add up to 50.89% right there. And there's the stops at 49%, which is the same thing as we've got over there, 150 of them. We had 50 scratches. Remember that a scratch is one of each. So that's how you approach trading as a statistical business, and you know if you have an expectancy or not, and that gives you the confidence when you have the signal without discretion, you put on the trade. Katie, bar the door. Now, with the system here, if you want to be extra anal about it, which is, you can imagine I've done way more than once, you can look back at each and every trade of those 153 trades, the date, the time, the entry type, the exit type, stop, T1, T2, whatever it is, and the profit result, running total, and all that stuff. That's how you can do it. That's approaching trading as a real statistical business, not just, oh, I think this is going to go, I did this, I saw that, I've seen this pop 3 times, and I'm going to go short. I wish everyone the best. And if you have a good way of trading it some way, with a hunch or a guess, and you're profitable, don't change whatever you do. But that's how I believe you do it. And so, in the real market now, what I'm doing is I'm pushing this to the chart, as I did today, and I watch each one of these trade. Now, I blew this over here, as you well know, by my waffling about on the entry. And I'll have to think long and hard about that tonight. And the problem is, the system has no discretion. This thing runs through every rule, and it executes exactly as coded. What I'm doing here every day is I'm watching the system, and I'm entering the trades, watching the system, and I'm entering the trades manually on this side on Bookmap, on the real AMP account, live money. And in case you weren't around for the waffle-a-thon, oh no, come on. What the hell is going on now? This is really irritating. I tell you, I like, yeah. Now, let's go like this. Well, this thing doesn't want to move for me, does it? Oh, I know what the problem is. The problem is the damn Bookmap will not allow you to widen out your price range if the market is encapsulated, on the screen. So let's get over here and let's try to get this a little further up. This was a lot easier in the moment. And this is really painful to do now. Whoa. Okay. Here's the IB. Here was the IB stat. Here was B. These are the pullback lines, huh? Pulled up here now. Where's the stat? My trigger would be the IB is sitting here at 90, call it. So 89 flat is, right, clear down here, is 1 point. I didn't even realize that till right now. Wow, that's amazing. I'm going to have to push those trigger zones across. And at 91 is the other side of the trigger zone. So I put in a resting order here waiting for price to come back up to the trigger zone. And then I thought, maybe I'm too low. Maybe I should move that to the IB high, thinking that if we come up and take the IB high, we might trail up a point. And I didn't want to be stopped out right at the top and miss the move. Comes up here again. I'm thinking, oh, it's not going to get to the IB again. I better do something. I move it back down here and it never comes back. And 120 points later is history. Now, I didn't chase it. I didn't FOMO it. I was entering the trade mechanically based on the signals, and I'm going to have to think long and hard about if this was a mistake or not, or more importantly, what to do about in the future. So that's where we are. Now, the next thing I will do and can do is the scale or the sizing tool, which is, let's think about backtesting first. Now, the way to determine if your setup is correctly backtested and is a valid setup is not to just guess, it's to run what-if scenarios and backtest each and every one of them over the exact data and the exact amount of time. Oh, we had a VPOC migration lower now. Now we're going to sell off. Isn't it cute? This is why I don't like. This is why I need to have Blue Boy around. I lose all track of space. All we were looking at is this. How do you know where that fits in the greater scheme of things? That's the first VPOC shift all day. Back to this. So these are 12 back tests. This is the first basic risk neutral scale, like I trade every day here. This was a test. What happens if we get to T1 and we trail the stop to break even? Well, this is the results, and so on. That's how you do it. And for sizing, what I'm doing is this. My criteria or premise is that I will trade the micros enough times that I have compounded the ticks required in the micros to equal the risk neutral scale or the risk neutral package. In the minis, one full stop plus a factor, and my factor is 1.33. And that happens to be 319 ticks with the micro. And the minute I achieve that much, this is going to tell me that I can trade my minis then. And there you go. That's all I know about backtesting. Boop. We're going to round the curve here in another couple of minutes and head for the head for the door. We'll do the market recap, the daily recap, and the head into the market on closing balance and wrap up the stream at 1500, 7 hours. There you go, boys and girls. Look at that day. Wow. Wowie, wowie, wowie. Look at that day. IRT still having a problem with lag over here. Jet lag. We didn't get a lot of travel out of this micro composite when we broke the bottom. I'm surprised. I figured that it would be all kinds of stops down there because we've had all these dorks up here trading these longs. Guess not. Okay, we're at the bottom of the hour. We've rounded the final curve, heading at breakneck speed for the cash close. And boy, am I proud of myself for sticking to my guns. But man, I'll tell you, that's a bitter pill to swallow there, huh? Or to have missed out on by one frickin' tick. Imagine that. I'd have been short at the high of the day. I'd have been short one tick under the high of the day. Wouldn't that have been just one of those rare occasions that you like to brag about? Anyway, so there's the day. What to say, you know? We traded them up considerably on the NVIDIA earnings, capped them up and hammered them. And the market participants, specifically the higher time frame, said, you know what, we don't think your numbers are so impressive, and here we go. And down we went. The micros here on IRT, pretty self-explanatory. Yesterday, through the night, the big gap up. In other words, because there's trade in here. Of course you know that. This is the RTH session only. The full session, you have all this trade here. And then it switches over and all of a sudden it's a gap. And you take out the overnight. This is all the trade that was involved with the NVIDIA story. And the rest is history. One hell of a sell-off day. Second largest dump since Trump, since October 10th. Market profile, one big one with strings of singles lurking every place. Let's look at the bigger picture here. Not that bigger picture. You get away from here, picture boy. So Tomorrow, what is tomorrow? It's Friday, isn't it? Ooh, look at all the numbers we're going to get tomorrow. We're getting PMIs. Now, I will have a margin restriction based on the PMI number until after 8:45, starting at 1700 tonight. I cannot entertain, unless I want to trade within 25% of a maintenance margin, until after 8:45 in the morning on my live account. We got housing starts. We got the Michigan number. That will be a real number. Housing starts may or may not be. Any of this government stuff I take with a grain of salt, to be honest with you, just like that non-farm payroll number is. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you bet. It was 2.5 times better number back in September while everything was closed, even though people were being laid off and whatever else. I don't know that I buy that, unfortunately, but maybe. The unfortunate part is there's now a big question, not just in my mind, but I think in anybody that trades and everybody that's in the financial business, about the authenticity and the veracity of the numbers put out by the U.S., which is really a serious problem if they don't correct it pretty quick, I think. Just my opinion, right? So there's what our numbers for tomorrow. We won't talk about next week, because that ought to be enough for you to chew on. Earnings. Well, here we go. Here's today. So we got Walmart's out, Ross, Copart, Jacob, nothing. The little quarter moon is after the bell, and the stars before the open, of course, or the moon, sun. This is next week. I don't see any biggies over here, by market cap anyway. And this is investing.com. You can filter it any way you want. It's free. So there you go. Filter over here, set it up. It's always free. The second news source we have is Financial Juice, which I've alluded to a few times. Financial Juice has this kind of stuff, you know, Mirren talking and Blondie Puss having her press conference at noon and those things, which is great, because otherwise we wouldn't know about that stuff. Investing.com they only report or track real financial numbers and reports. Now, the right side over here is a squawk box affair, and this is where we'll see the market on close and balance orders at 1450. Oh, there you go. I think that's probably enough noise to get me in trouble and everybody else, I suppose. Very, very, very disappointing on on this story right over here. Very disappointing. I don't think I've ever had a signaled trade one tick from the high, you know, that I've taken. And stop and think about it. That's from the high to the low of the damn day. If you were able to manage it correctly, just trailing up behind these swing highs. Whoa. Of course, you'd have gotten hammered right here, because now this is where the rearview mirror guys come in. Well, you know, so I trailed to here, I trailed over here, and oh well, what happened to here and to here and to here? These are all swing highs. You know, that's what you have to be careful about when you're looking in the rearview mirror yourself, and or when you're relying on someone else that's talking to you who's looking in the rearview mirror. So let's just stand back and wait for that market on closing balance. I've already talked to you, I think, ad nauseum about the critical tool in your trading office is you, and why you ought to take care of that. You know, and until you get into the habit of exercise and that kind of stuff, you can take it at, one step at a time. Don't be on tilt or exhausted and try to trade. Be hydrated. How tough is that? Get a water bottle. I mean, these are not monumental things. It's like, how did you turn? How can you run so far? Well, I put on my shoes and I went out the front door first. Then I went to the end of the block, and then you got to take it in chunks like that, not just I'm going to buy some fancy tennis shoes and go run 10 miles. That's stupid. And that's why I'm being so methodical and process-driven with this trading and this live account. The sizing up tool. Spent a lot of time thinking about that and thinking, I need to have this for visual feedback to myself and accountability to myself. The stream is about accountability and transparency. No trade is ever taken on my account off of the stream. And as I said last night, or this morning or some friggin' time, I want to show you this too, by the way. Until further notice, we'll be setting U.S. margins to 25% during the overnight session starting at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, 1700, until just after the news release. Now, that is the case. That is the policy of AMP futures for... Probably have it saved somewhere, but it's easier for me to just look at it and read it to you. In the case of the CPI, the PPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC meeting. And what do we know is going to happen tomorrow? Alley-oop. Where am I? Come on. What's going to happen tomorrow? Tomorrow? My other tomorrow? PPI. PMI. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Likely I will not. I misread that. Glad I checked it out. I'm going to have to put this somewhere where I can post it up and have it prevalent in the screen. It's PPI, not PMI. So I'll be looking for an email because they email me every night during close down before 1700, before the session reopens. I'll be looking for that email. And then the way they do it is, as they did today, there's the information that came out last night. I just took the snaps this morning, so cut me some slack. And there's the margins have been restored back to standard day trading at 7:48 this morning. So that's the way it works. I like it. Okay. Cool. Next week, don't forget, is Turkey Day. It's a bad day for turkeys everywhere. Thanksgiving, and it's, well, here you go. Let's look at holidays. November. Well, damn it, I thought I had this saved, but I didn't. I had never really paid attention to this before, but it's pretty handy. Where'd the damn savey part go? I thought there was a thing down here where you click somewhere to save it. I don't see that, but anyway. The stock exchange is closed, Thanksgiving Day, and they're going to have, so they'll open 1700 on Thanksgiving afternoon or evening and close at 1300 on the day after Thanksgiving. Or am I crazy? Let me see. What day is the 27th and 8th? That'd be the next thing to do, is look at the flipping calendar here. The 27th is a Thursday and the 28th is a Friday. That's correct. Okay, so they're gonna. This is the 27th is actually Thanksgiving, closed, and then they'll open at 1700 and they'll trade them through the night until 1300 the next day. I will not stream. I scrub these holidays from my data. I'll be doing my homework. I might jump on the stream and, or into the Discord and have a chat with some people or whatever else, but I'll be doing my homework and figuring out what else I need to do. So there you go. And we're going to have the market on close and balance. Toot sweet. Where the hell did it go? What did I do? There we go. Okay. And they're still sending this damn thing off. So much for the squeeze. Wow. Oh, wowie. Wowzers. Who used to say that? Which cartoon thing was wowzers? And we're going to have that the old guy takes a nap thing at the top of the hour. Today I don't have to take. Usually I'm in soccer dad mode and driving, getting Tam's stuff ready and lunch and everything. And then she goes to school in the afternoons and evenings now that she's a college chick. One of my little babies turned 18 the other day. I refuse to believe that. I told her I'll give her permission to date when I'm dead or she's 40, whichever happens first. Likely not paying a lot of attention to that. You gotta be a dad. You gotta hold your ground. Stepdad, I should point out. She and her mom are from Vietnam. We lived in Kuala Lumpur for 12 years. Met there and married, and here we are. And wondering why. So I'll be really curious to see if we get any kind of an email about PMI. And they're pretty responsive, right? Because obviously, as I said earlier, I can't run my tongue anymore. Looking at the recap there, non-farm payroll is always on a Friday at 7:30 in the morning, the first Friday of every month. This was a catch-up, but they're all, everybody's on top of it. It was scheduled. Everybody knows it, and the rates, the CME raised the margin rates, and that's real serious stuff. You can find yourself in more crap than you imagined if you don't pay attention to that stuff. It becomes a situation like my old saying, it's hard to remember the object was to drain the swamp when you're up to your ass in alligators. And that, look at them go. New lows. Be interesting to see how many internet wizards took the entire day. I'm sure somebody did. And really good for them. Good for them. So, Black Friday deal is live, so everybody's trying to do that. Remember, something I hope I pointed out, maybe I didn't. These news sources that I use, everything I do here except the music thing is free. And I think it's best to keep it that way for anybody that's participating or, in the stream. They know, oh, I can't afford to do that, whatever. The financials, there's no excuse. The news stuff, the epidemic sound is the music thing, which I had to pay for simply because YouTube is really sensitive about copyright material and all that, and rightfully so. And I'll warn you that all of these things you see on YouTube, like lo-fi music, great for your stream, all this stuff, royalty-free, is complete BS. Put them on your stream and you're going to get royalty strikes within about a minute and a half of the stream being uploaded. I ended up having to take a subscription to do Epidemic Sound, and I still get strikes once in a while, but they're not serious, and I contest them, and I never hear anything more about them. So I'm assuming that's okay, but it's a pain in the ass, but it's the truth. So this Financial Juice is free. Investing.com is free. My charting software is not free. Bookmap is not free. The stream is free. You know, so you're getting a benefit of quite a few $100s a month in software and trading stuff through the stream. You know? Never mind the fantastic insight and commentary, which can have no price because it's priceless. And if you believe that one, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you too. So here, come on. These yellow bars here that you might see right here like this is a sign of Bookmap doing something to the data. When there's aggregating data, when there's too much. If you look down here, there's a little thing that says right there, data ingest subsystem. If it gets to more than 100%, you'll see red lines start coming up here, and it'll start throwing these aggregation marks on here. I don't care. I would turn them off, actually, if I knew how. But there's some things you can't do here, or I've not figured out, and I'm not going to worry about it. So there's the 50. There's market on closing balance. Very little pop down here. And here we are, 1,966,000,000 S&P 500 contracts on the buy side. 1,173,000,000 NASDAQ 100 on the buy side. Buy side 611 million. Dow and the Mag 7, 737 million buy side. Imagine 1,966,000,000 contracts. Excess buy side. Excess. Imbalance means excess to me. Imagine the value of that, $12.50 a tick. And we think that they're snooping around trying to run our stops. I mean, come on. Unless, prove me wrong, or somebody tell me that I'm what I'm doing, how I'm not thinking about this correctly. But anyway, there you go. All right. So, what a day. I'm going to frame that sucker. I don't think I've ever had such an experience. That situation. One tick, miss an entry at the high of day by one tick. Talk about, that is the absolute dick for a tick. Boy, that's the quintessential dick for a tick. And I wasn't trying to go for the tick. I was trying to think of something that would be logical and that I could code, or that I would be able to trade. The code itself on the system, when it has the trigger, it fires it. So I guess that's what I got to do next time. And if it goes continues on past there and stops me out, that's what it does. My thinking was exactly that. I was thinking, okay, we're at about 1 point below. The trigger zone is 1 point below and 1 point above the IB, whichever one. So I was thinking, well, if I put my entry down here at 1 point below, that means I've got 1, 2, and if it only goes one more point above the trigger zone, that's a stop. Maybe I'm better off to have a little more of an asymmetric location and put the entry right at the IB. And you see how well that worked out. Yeah. One of those situations where, I thought myself into and out of a good deal. And we are going to close this mess up in 6 minutes. And boy, oh boy, am I happy. Now, this stream happens every morning at 0800 Central Standard Time, every trading day. It will not on Thursday or Friday of next week, Thanksgiving. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I do the pre-market, the setup, look at the numbers, figure out what we're going to be, what the overnight did, what to expect today, what numbers are on the calendar, set up book map and the trading stuff, get all the brackets in place and the risk neutral methodology ready to rock, and ready for that big open at 8:30. Shut these monitors off at the top of the hour. Get outside, rest your eyes, soft focus. Imagine this. However long you've been in front of your screens, you've been focusing on the charts. Your eyes have been in constant short focus tension all of that time. Unless you're intentionally taking breaks, looking out the window, getting out the side the house, looking down the street, whatever it is. You need to do that periodically, just like you need to do push-ups, pull-ups, squats, whatever. Some sort of exercise to get your blood pumping so you're sharp. You're in one of the most competitive, professional situations, business situations where your money's on the line that there is in the world. And you need to be sharp in order to compete successfully in that environment. Hungover, slurping beer in your grandma's basement in your underwear with cartoons going on. Probably not the way to go. But hey, again, if it works for you. What was that young kid in England? That caused a flash crash? Taught himself and traded in his bedroom. Now, he wasn't drunk and in his pajamas, but, it can happen. He's the classic or the epitome of you can achieve whatever you want with trading. You don't have to be an SMB Capital or, someplace in New York or wherever else. Some big prop firm. You can do it from right wherever it is you're sitting or standing. He's a perfect example of that, a shining example of that. No prop firm, no stake, no nothing. Worked, got some money, started an account, focused on his trading, had a methodology, and got to a point where he was trading millions. He was making millions of dollars a morning. 20-something year old fella. Really admirable. I mean, I think good for him. Of course, all the pontiffs and everything that wanted to make a big scene because they couldn't do it, they rigged the market for themselves, and they were pissed that somebody else broke it. I think. Here we go, 1.5 minutes. Yay, team. Okay. Have a great evening. Get out and get some exercise. Set up the like and subscribe and do the, what do you call it? The bell thingy. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time every morning. This thing comes on. This morning was a little bit of a hiccup. For some reason, when I have a stream already scheduled and, you know, in YouTube ready to go, and OBS, when I have to shut the computer down or whatever and close OBS and start it back up, everything looks right. It's recognizes the stream, it's all there. But when it's supposed to start streaming, it says you got to redo it. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's smarter than I am. But yeah, you're welcome, man. Have a good one. Does that stuff work? I hope you've got the levels in there. All right, have a great evening. It's whatever this is. It's going to be 15 seconds, and it's Yahoo time. Beer 30, man. Let's go. Says the old guy who doesn't drink anymore. There was a time now, by golly. There we go. Yeah, I forget about these tabs. I don't even know. I hope that's the one that's laughing, not some chick screaming or whatever. So have a good evening. Be careful about any trading past now. This is the cash close. Make sure that you know about your margin and your account and all those things. And be back at 8 o'clock in the morning. All the best. I'm going to get outside and get some exercise again. I had to cut my walk short, so rest those eyes. Do the same. I advise the old guy, this is grandfatherly advice. Take care of your health, rest your eyes, get away from the screens, get some exercise, you know, chase your girlfriend or your wife around the house. That's a great exercise. Gonna have a happy ending if you play your cards right. All the best. See you tomorrow.